Section 39 of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. New York, April 18th, 1863. On the above date, Mr. Dickens was entertained at a farewell dinner at Delmonico's Hotel, previous to his return to England. 200 gentlemen sat down to it, Mr. Horace Greeley presiding. In acknowledgment of the toast of his health, proposed by the chairman, Mr. Dickens rose and said, "Gentlemen, I cannot do better than take my cue from your distinguished president, and refer in my first remarks to his remarks in connection with the old, natural association between you and me. When I received an invitation from a private association of working members of the press of New York to dine with them today, I accepted that compliment in grateful remembrance of a calling that was once my own, and in loyal sympathy towards a brotherhood which, in the spirit, I have never quieted. To the wholesome training of severe newspaper work when I was a very young man, I constantly refer my first successes, and my sons will hereafter testify of their father that he was always steadily proud of that ladder by which he rose. If it were otherwise, I should have but a very poor opinion of their father, which perhaps, upon the whole, I have not. Hence, gentlemen, under any circumstances, this company would have been exceptionally interesting and gratifying to me. But whereas I suppose that, like the fairest pavilion in the Arabian Nights, it would be but a mere handful, and I find it turn out like the same elastic pavilion, capable of comprehending a multitude, so much the more proud am I of the honour of being your guest, for you will readily believe that the more widely representative of the press in America my entertainers are, the more I must feel the goodwill and the kindly sentiments towards me of that vast institution. Gentlemen, so much of my voice has lately been heard in the land, and I have for upwards of 4 hard winter months so contended against what I have been sometimes quite admiringly assured was a true American catarrh, a possession which I have throughout highly appreciated, though I might have preferred to be naturalized by any other outward and visible signs. I say, gentlemen, so much of my voice has lately been heard that I might have been contented with troubling you no further from my present standing point, were it not a duty with which I henceforth charge myself, not only here, but on every suitable occasion whatsoever and wheresoever, to express my high and grateful sense of my second reception in America, and to bear my honest testimony to the national generosity and magnanimity. Also, to declare how astounded I have been by the amazing changes that I have seen around me on every side, changes moral, changes physical, changes in the amount of land subdued and peopled, changes in the rise of vast new cities, changes in the growth of older cities almost out of recognition, changes in the graces and amenities of life, changes in the press without whose advancement no advancement can be made anywhere. Nor am I, believe me, so arrogant as to suppose that in 25 years there have been no changes in me, and that I had nothing to learn and no extreme impressions to correct when I was here first. And, gentlemen, this brings me to a point on which I have, ever since I landed here last November, observed a strict silence, though tempted sometimes to break it, but in reference to which I will, with your good leave, take you into my confidence now. Even the press, being human, may be sometimes mistaken or misinformed, and I rather think that I have, in 1 or 2 rare instances, known its information to be not perfectly accurate with reference to myself. Indeed, I have now and again been more surprised by printed news that I have read of myself than by any printed news that I have ever read in my present state of existence. Thus, the vigour and perseverance with which I have for some months past been collecting materials for, and hammering away at, a new book on America, have much astonished me, seeing that all the time it has been perfectly well known to my publishers on both sides of the Atlantic that I positively declared that no consideration on earth should induce me to write one. But what I have intended, what I have resolved upon, and this is the confidence I seek to place in you, is, on my return to England, in my own person, to bear, for the behoof of my countrymen, such testimony to the gigantic changes in this country as I have hinted at tonight. Also, to record that wherever I have been, in the smallest places equally with the largest, I have been received with unsurpassable politeness, delicacy, sweet temper, hospitality, consideration, and with unsurpassable respect for the privacy daily enforced upon me by the nature of my avocation here and the state of my health. This testimony, so long as I live, and so long as my descendants have any legal right in my books, I shall cause to be republished as an appendix to every copy of those 2 books of mine in which I have referred to America. And this I will do, and cause to be done, not in mere love and thankfulness, but because I regard it as an act of plain justice and honour. Gentlemen, the transition from my own feelings towards and interest in America to those of the mass of my countrymen seems to be a natural one, but, whether or no, I make it with an express object. I was asked in this very city, about last Christmas time, whether an American was not at some disadvantage in England as a foreigner. The notion of an American being regarded in England as a foreigner at all, of his ever being thought of or spoken of in that character, was so uncommonly incongruous and absurd to me that my gravity was, for the moment, quite overpowered. As soon as it was restored, I said that, for years and years past, I hoped I had had as many American friends and had received as many American visitors as almost any Englishman living, and that my unvarying experience, fortified by theirs, was that it was enough in England to be an American, to be received with the readiest respect and recognition anywhere. Hereupon, out of 6 people, suddenly spoke out 2, one an American gentleman with a cultivated taste for art, who, finding himself on a certain Sunday outside the walls of a certain historical English castle, famous for its pictures, was refused admission there according to the strict rules of the establishment on that day, but who, on merely representing that he was an American gentleman on his travels, had, not to say the picture gallery, but the whole castle, placed at his immediate disposal. The other was a lady, who, being in London, and having a great desire to see the famous reading room of the British Museum, was assured by the English family with whom she stayed that it was unfortunately impossible, because the place was closed for a week, and she had only 3 days there. Upon that lady's going to the museum, as she assured me, alone to the gate, self-introduced as an American lady, the gate flew open, as it were, magically. I am unwillingly bound to add that she certainly was young and exceedingly pretty. Still, the porter of that institution is of an obese habit, and according to the best of my observation of him, not very impressible. Now, gentlemen, I refer to these trifles as a collateral assurance to you that the Englishman who shall humbly strive, as I hope to do, to be in England as faithful to America as to England herself, has no previous conceptions to contend against. Points of difference there have been, points of difference there are, points of difference there probably always will be between the 2 great peoples. But broadcast in England is sown the sentiment that those 2 peoples are essentially one, and that it rests with them jointly to uphold the great Anglo-Saxon race to which our President has referred, and all its great achievements before the world. And if I know anything of my countrymen, and they give me credit for knowing something, if I know anything of my countrymen, gentlemen, the English heart is stirred by the fluttering of those stars and stripes, as it is stirred by no other flag that flies except its own. If I know my countrymen, in any and every relation towards America, they begin not as Sir Anthony Absolute recommended that lovers should begin, with a little aversion, but with a great liking and a profound respect and whatever the little sensitiveness of the moment, or the little official passion, or the little official policy, now or then or here or there may be, take my word for it, that the first enduring great popular consideration in England is a generous construction of justice. Finally, gentlemen, and I say this subject to your correction, I do believe that from the great majority of honest minds on both sides, there cannot be absent the conviction that it would be better for this globe to be riven by an earthquake, fired by a comet, overrun by an iceberg, and abandoned to the Arctic fox and bear, than that it should present the spectacle of these two great nations, each of which has, in its own way and hour, striven so hard and so successfully for freedom, ever again being arrayed the one against the other. Gentlemen, I cannot thank your President enough, or you enough, for your kind reception of my health and of my poor remarks, but believe me, I do thank you, with the utmost fervour of which my soul is capable. End of section 39. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, July 2023. Section 40 of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. New York, April 20th, 1868. Mr. Dickens' last reading in the United States was given at the Steinway Hall on the above date. The task finished, he was about to retire, but a tremendous burst of applause stopped him. He came forward and spoke thus. Ladies and gentlemen, the shadow of one word has impended over me this evening, and the time has come at length when the shadow must fall. It is but a very short one, but the weight of such things is not measured by their length, and two much shorter words express the round of our human existence. When I was reading David Copperfield a few evenings since, I felt there was more than usual significance in the words of Peggotty. My future life lies over the sea, and when I closed this book just now, I felt most keenly that I was shortly to establish such an alibi as would have satisfied even the elder Mr. Weller. The relations which have been set up between us, while they have involved for me something more than mere devotion to a task, have been by you sustained with the readiest sympathy and the kindest acknowledgment. Those relations must now be broken for ever. Be assured, however, that you will not pass from my mind. I shall often realise you, as I see you now, equally by my winter fire and in the green English summer weather. I shall never recall you as a mere public audience, but rather as a host of personal friends, and ever with the greatest gratitude, tenderness, and consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg to bid you farewell. God bless you, and God bless the land in which I leave you. End of section 40. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, July 2023. Section 41 of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Liverpool, April 10th, 1869. The following speech was delivered by Mr. Dickens at a banquet held in his honour at St. George's Hall, Liverpool, after his health had been proposed by Lord Dufferin. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, although I have been so well accustomed of late to the sound of my own voice in this neighbourhood as to hear it with perfect composure, the occasion is, believe me, very, very different in respect of those overwhelming voices of yours. As Professor Wilson once confided to me in Edinburgh, that I had not the least idea, from hearing him in public, what a magnificent speaker he found himself to be when he was quite alone. So you can form no conception, from the specimen before you, of the eloquence with which I shall thank you again and again in some of the innermost moments of my future life. Often and often, then, God willing, my memory will recall this brilliant scene, and will re-illuminate this banquet hall. I, faithful to this place in its present aspect, will observe it exactly as it stands, not one man's seat empty, not one woman's fair face absent, while life and memory abide by me. Mr. Mayor, Lord Dufferin, in his speech so affecting to me, so eloquently uttered, and so rapturously received, made a graceful and gracious allusion to the immediate occasion of my present visit to your noble city. It is no homage to Liverpool, based upon a moment's untrustworthy enthusiasm, but it is the solid fact built upon the rock of experience, that when I first made up my mind, after considerable deliberation, systematically to meet my readers in large numbers, face to face, and to try to express myself to them through the breath of life, Liverpool stood foremost among the great places out of London, to which I looked with eager confidence and pleasure. And why was this? Not merely because of the reputation of its citizens for generous estimation of the arts, not merely because I had unworthily filled the chair of its great self-educational institution long ago, not merely because the place had been a home to me since the well-remembered day when its blessed roofs and steeples dipped into the Mersey behind me, on the occasion of my first sailing away to see my generous friends across the Atlantic 27 years ago. Not for one of those considerations, but because it had been my happiness to have a public opportunity of testing the spirit of its people. I had asked Liverpool for help towards the worthy preservation of Shakespeare's house. On another occasion, I had ventured to address Liverpool in the names of Leigh Hunt and Sheridan Knowles. On still another occasion, I had addressed it in the cause of the brotherhood and sisterhood of letters and the kindred arts, and on each and all the response had been unsurpassably spontaneous, open-handed, and munificent. Mr. Mayor, and ladies and gentlemen, if I may venture to take a small illustration of my present position from my own peculiar craft, I would say that there is this objection in writing fiction to giving a story an autobiographical form, that through whatever dangers the narrator may pass, it is clear unfortunately to the reader beforehand that he must have come through them somehow, else he could not have lived to tell the tale. Now, in speaking fact, when the fact is associated with such honours as those with which you have enriched me, there is this singular difficulty in the way of returning thanks, that the speaker must infallibly come back to himself through whatever oratorical disasters he may languish on the road. Let me, then, take the plainer and simpler middle course of dividing my subject equally between myself and you. Let me assure you that whatever you have accepted with pleasure, either by word of pen or by word of mouth from me, you have greatly improved in the acceptance. As the gold is said to be doubly and trebly refined, which has 7 times passed the furnace, so a fancy may be said to become more and more refined each time it passes through the human heart. You have, and you know you have, brought to the consideration of me that quality in yourselves without which I should but have beaten the air. Your earnestness has stimulated mine, your laughter has made me laugh, and your tears have overflowed my eyes. All that I can claim for myself in establishing the relations which exist between us is constant fidelity to hard work. My literary fellows about me, of whom I am so proud to see so many, know very well how true it is in all art that what seems the easiest done is oftentimes the most difficult to do, and that the smallest truth may come of the greatest pains, much as it occurred to me at Manchester the other day, as the sensitive touch of Mr. Whitworth's measuring machine comes at last, of heaven and Manchester and its mayor only know how much hammering. My companions in arms know thoroughly well, and I think it only right the public should know too, that in our careful toil and trouble, and in our steady striving for excellence, not in any little gifts, misused by fits and starts, lies our highest duty at once to our calling, to one another, to ourselves, and to you. Ladies and gentlemen, before sitting down, I find that I have to clear myself of two very unexpected accusations. The first is a most singular charge preferred against me by my old friend Lord Horton, that I have been somewhat unconscious of the merits of the House of Lords. Now, ladies and gentlemen, seeing that I have had some few not altogether obscure or unknown personal friends in that assembly, seeing that I had some little association with and knowledge of a certain obscure peer, lately known in England by the name of Lord Brougham, seeing that I regard with some admiration and affection another obscure peer, wholly unknown in literary circles, called Lord Lytton, seeing also that I have had for some years some slight admiration of the extraordinary judicial properties and amazingly acute mind of a certain Lord Chief Justice, popularly known by the name of Cockburn, and also seeing that there is no man in England whom I respect more in his public capacity, whom I love more in his private capacity, or from whom I have received more remarkable proofs of his honour and love of literature than another obscure nobleman called Lord Russell. Taking these circumstances into consideration, I was rather amazed by my noble friend's accusation. When I asked him, on his sitting down, what amazing devil possessed him to make this charge, he replied that he had never forgotten the days of Lord Verisopht. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I understood it all, because it is a remarkable fact that in the days when that depreciative and profoundly unnatural character was invented, there was no Lord Horton in the House of Lords, and there was in the House of Commons a rather indifferent member, called Richard Monckton Milnes. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude for the present, I close with the other charge of my noble friend, and here I am more serious, and I may be allowed perhaps to express my seriousness in half a dozen plain words. When I first took literature as my profession in England, I calmly resolved within myself that, whether I succeeded or whether I failed, literature should be my sole profession. It appeared to me at that time that it was not so well understood in England as it was in other countries, that literature was a dignified profession by which any man might stand or fall. I made a compact with myself that in my person literature should stand, and by itself, of itself, and for itself, and there is no consideration on earth which would induce me to break that bargain. Ladies and gentlemen, finally allow me to thank you for your great kindness, and for the touching earnestness with which you have drunk my health. I should have thanked you with all my heart, if it had not so unfortunately happened that, for many sufficient reasons, I lost my heart at between 6:30 and 7:30 tonight. End of section 41. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, July 2023. Section 42. Of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Oxford and Harvard Boat Race, Sydenham, August 30th, 1869. The International University Boat Race having taken place on August 27th, the London Rowing Club invited the crews to a dinner at the Crystal Palace on the following Monday. The dinner was followed by a grand display of pyrotechnics. Mr. Dickens, in proposing the health of the crews, made the following speech. Gentlemen, flushed with fireworks, I can warrant myself to you as about to imitate those gorgeous illusions by making a brief spurt and then dying out. And first of all, as an invited visitor of the London Rowing Club on this most interesting occasion, I will beg, in the name of the other invited visitors present, always excepting the distinguished guests who are the cause of our meeting, to thank the President for the modesty and the courtesy with which he has deputed to one of us the most agreeable part of his evening's duty. It is the more graceful in him to do this, because he can hardly fail to see that he might very easily do it himself, as this is a case of all others in which it is according to good taste and the very principles of things that the great social vice, speech-making, should hide its diminished head before the great social virtue, action. However, there is an ancient story of a lady who threw her glove into an arena full of wild beasts to tempt her attendant lover to climb down and reclaim it. The lover, rightly inferring from the action the worth of the lady, risked his life for the glove, and then threw it rightly in her face as a token of his eternal adieu. I take up the President's glove, on the contrary, as a proof of his much higher worth and of my real interest in the cause in which it was thrown down, and I now profess my readiness to do even justice to the duty which he has assigned me. Gentlemen, a very remarkable and affecting volume was published in the United States within a short time before my last visit to that hospitable land, containing 95 biographies of young men, for the most part well born and well nurtured, and trained in various peaceful pursuits of life, who, when the flag of their country waved them from those quiet paths in which they were seeking distinction of various kinds, took arms in the dread civil war which elicited so much bravery on both sides, and died in the defence of their country. These great spirits displayed extraordinary aptitude in the acquisition, even in the invention, of military tactics, in the combining and commanding of great masses of men, in surprising readiness of self-resource for the general good, in humanely treating the sick and the wounded, and in winning to themselves a very rare amount of personal confidence and trust. They had all risen to be distinguished soldiers. They had all done deeds of great heroism. They had all combined with their valour and self-devotion a serene cheerfulness, a quiet modesty, and a truly Christian spirit. And they had all been educated in one school, Harvard University. Gentlemen, nothing was more remarkable in these fine descendants of our forefathers than the invincible determination with which they fought against odds, and the undauntable spirit with which they resisted defeat. I ask you, who will say after last Friday that Harvard University is less true to herself in peace than she was in war? I ask you, who will not recognise in her boat's crew the leaven of her soldiers, and who does not feel that she has now a greater right than ever to be proud of her sons, and take these sons to her breast when they return with resounding acclamations? It's related of the Duke of Wellington that he once told a lady who foolishly protested that she would like to see a great victory, that there was only one thing worse than a great victory, and that was a great defeat. But, gentlemen, there is another sense in which to use the term a great defeat. Such is the defeat of a handful of daring fellows who make a preliminary dash of 3,000 or 4,000 stormy miles to meet great conquerors on their own domain, who do not want the stimulus of friends and home, but who sufficiently hear and feel their own dear land in the shouts and cheers of another, and who strive to the last with a desperate tenacity that makes the beating of them a new feather in the proudest cap. Gentlemen, you agree with me that such a defeat is a great, noble part of a manly, wholesome action, and I say that it is in the essence and lifeblood of such a defeat to become at last sure victory. Now, gentlemen, you know perfectly well the toast I am going to propose, and you know equally well that in thus glancing first towards our friends of the White Stripes, I merely anticipate and respond to the instinctive courtesy of Oxford, towards our brothers from a distance, a courtesy extending, I hope, and I do not doubt, to any imaginable limits except allowing them to take first place in last Friday's match, if they could, by any human and honourable means, be kept in the second. I will not avail myself of the opportunity provided for me by the absence of the greater part of the Oxford crew, indeed of all but one, and that its most modest and devoted member. I will not avail myself of the golden opportunity considerately provided for me to say a great deal in honour of the Oxford crew. I know that the gentleman who attends here attends under unusual anxieties and difficulties, and that if he were less in earnest, his filial affection could not possibly allow him to be here. It is therefore enough for me, gentlemen, and enough for you, that I should say here and now that we all unite with one accord in regarding the Oxford crew as the pride and flower of England, and that we should consider it very weak indeed to set anything short of England's very best in opposition to or competition with America, though it certainly must be confessed, I am bound in common justice and honour to admit it, it must be confessed, in disparagement of the Oxford men, as I heard a discontented gentleman remark last Friday night about 10 o'clock, when he was baiting a very small horse in the Strand. He was one of 11 with pipes in a chaise cart. I say it must be admitted in disparagement of the Oxford men on the authority of this gentleman that they have won so often that they could afford to lose a little now, and that they ought to do it, but they won't. Gentlemen, in drinking to both crews, and in offering the poor testimony of our thanks in acknowledgment of the gallant spectacle which they presented to countless thousands last Friday, I am sure I express not only your feeling and my feeling, and the feeling of the Blue, but also the feeling of the whole people of England, when I cordially give them welcome to our English waters and English ground, and also bid them Godspeed in their voyage home. As the greater includes the less, and the sea holds the river, so I think it is no very bold augury to predict that in the friendly contests yet to come and to take place, I hope, on both sides of the Atlantic, there are great river triumphs for Harvard University yet in store. Gentlemen, I warn the English portion of this audience that these are very dangerous men. Remember that it was an undergraduate of Harvard University who served as a common seaman 2 years before the mast, and who wrote about the best sea book in the English tongue. Remember that it was one of those young American gentlemen who sailed his mite of a yacht across the Atlantic in midwinter, and who sailed in her to sink or swim with the men who believed in him. And now, gentlemen, in conclusion, animated by your cordial acquiescence, I will take upon myself to assure our brothers from a distance that the utmost enthusiasm with which they can be received on their return home will find a ready echo in every corner of England, and further, that none of their immediate countrymen, I use the qualifying term immediate, for we are, as our President said, fellow countrymen, thank God, that none of their compatriots who saw or will read of what they did in this great race can be more thoroughly imbued with a sense of their indomitable courage and their high deserts than are their rivals and their hosts tonight. Gentlemen, I beg to propose to you to drink the crews of Harvard and Oxford University, and I beg to couple with that toast the names of Mr. Symonds and Mr. Willan. End of section 42. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 43. Of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Birmingham, September 27th, 1869. Inaugural Address on the opening of the winter session of the Birmingham and Midland Institute. One who was present during the delivery of the following speech informs the editor that no note of any kind was referred to by Mr. Dickens except the quotation from Sidney Smith. The address, evidently carefully prepared, was delivered without a single pause, in Mr. Dickens's best manner, and was a very great success. Ladies and gentlemen, we often hear of our common country that it is an overpopulated one, that it is an over-pauperized one, that it is an over-colonizing one, and that it is an overtaxed one. Now, I entertain, especially of late times, the heretical belief that it is an over-talked one, and that there is a deal of public speech-making going about in various directions which might be advantageously dispensed with. If I were free to act upon this conviction, as President for the time being of the great institution so numerously represented here, I should immediately and at once subside into a golden silence, which would be highly edifying because of a very exemplary character. But I happen to be the institution's willing servant, not its imperious master, and it exacts tribute of mere silver or copper speech, not to say brazen, from whomsoever it exalts to my high office. Some African tribes, not to draw the comparison disrespectfully, some savage African tribes, when they make a king, require him perhaps to achieve an exhausting foot race under the stimulus of considerable popular prodding and goading, or perhaps to be severely and experimentally knocked about the head by his privy council, or perhaps to be dipped in a river full of crocodiles, or perhaps to drink immense quantities of something nasty out of a calabash. At all events, to undergo some purifying ordeal in presence of his admiring subjects. I must confess that I became rather alarmed when I was duly warned by your constituted authorities that whatever I might happen to say here tonight would be termed an inaugural address on the entrance upon a new term of study by the members of your various classes, for, besides that, the phrase is something high-sounding for my taste. I avow that I do look forward to that blessed time when every man shall inaugurate his own work for himself, and do it. I believe that we shall then have inaugurated a new era indeed, and one in which the Lord's Prayer will become a fulfilled prophecy upon this earth. Remembering, however, that you may call anything by any name without in the least changing its nature, bethinking myself that you may, if you be so minded, call a butterfly a buffalo without advancing a hair's breadth towards making it one. I became composed in my mind, and resolved to stick to the very homely intention I had previously formed. This was merely to tell you, the members, students and friends of the Birmingham and Midland Institute, firstly, what you cannot possibly want to know. This is a very popular oratorical theme. Secondly, what your institution has done, and thirdly, what, in the poor opinion of its president for the time being, remains for it to do and not to do. Now, first, as to what you cannot possibly want to know. You cannot need from me any oratorical declamation concerning the abstract advantages of knowledge or the beauties of self-improvement. If you had any such requirement, you would not be here. I conceive that you are here because you have become thoroughly penetrated with such principles, either in your own persons or in the persons of some striving fellow creatures on whom you have looked with interest and sympathy. I conceive that you are here because you feel the welfare of the great, chiefly adult educational establishment, whose doors stand really open to all sorts and conditions of people, to be inseparable from the best welfare of your great town and its neighbourhood. Nay, if I take a much wider range than that, and say that we all, every one of us here, perfectly well know that the benefits of such an establishment must extend far beyond the limits of this Midland county, its fires and smoke, and must comprehend, in some sort, the whole community. I do not strain the truth. It was suggested by Mr. Babbage, in his 9th Bridgewater Treatise, that a mere spoken word, a single articulated syllable thrown into the air, may go on reverberating through illimitable space, for ever and for ever, seeing that there is no rim against which it can strike, no boundary at which it can possibly arrive. Similarly, it may be said, not as an ingenious speculation, but as a steadfast and absolute fact, that human calculation cannot limit the influence of one atom of wholesome knowledge, patiently acquired, modestly possessed, and faithfully used. As the astronomers tell us that it is probable that there are in the universe innumerable solar systems besides ours, to each of which myriads of utterly unknown and unseen stars belong, so it is certain that every man, however obscure, however far removed from the general recognition, is one of a group of men impressible for good and impressible for evil, and that it is in the eternal nature of things that he cannot really improve himself without in some degree improving other men. And observe, this is especially the case when he has improved himself in the teeth of adverse circumstances, as in a maturity succeeding to a neglected or an ill-taught youth, in the few daily hours remaining to him after 10 or 12 hours' labour, in the few pauses and intervals of a life of toil. For then his fellows and companions have assurance that he can have known no favouring conditions, and that they can do what he has done, in wresting some enlightenment and self-respect from what Lord Lytton finely calls those twin jailers of the daring heart, low birth and iron fortune. As you have proved these truths in your own experience, or in your own observation, and as it may be safely assumed that there can be very few persons in Birmingham, of all places under heaven, who would contest the position that the more cultivated the employed, the better for the employer, and the more cultivated the employer, the better for the employed. Therefore, my references to what you do not want to know shall here cease and determine. Next, with reference to what your institution has done on my summary, which shall be as concise and as correct as my information and my remembrance of it may render possible, I desire to lay emphatic stress. Your institution, 16 years old, and in which masters and workmen study together, has outgrown the ample edifice in which it receives its 2,500 or 2,600 members and students. It is our most cheering sign of its vigorous vitality that of its industrial students, almost half are artisans in the receipt of weekly wages. I think I'm correct in saying that 400 others are clerks, apprentices, tradesmen or tradesmen's sons. I note with particular pleasure the adherence of a goodly number of the gentler sex, without whom no institution whatever can truly claim to be either a civilizing or a civilized one. The increased attendance at your educational classes is always greatest on the part of the artisans, the class within my experience the least reached in any similar institutions elsewhere, and whose name is the oftenest and the most constantly taken in vain. But it is specially reached here, not improbably because it is, as it should be, specially addressed in the foundation of the industrial department, in the allotment of the direction of the Society's affairs, and in the establishment of what are called its penny classes, a bold, and I am happy to say, a triumphantly successful experiment, which enables the artisan to obtain sound evening instruction in subjects directly bearing upon his daily usefulness or on his daily happiness, as arithmetic, elementary and advanced, chemistry, physical geography and singing, on payment of the astoundingly low fee of a single penny every time he attends the class. I beg emphatically to say that I look upon this as one of the most remarkable schemes ever devised for the educational behoof of the artisan, and if your institution had done nothing else in all its life, I would take my stand by it on its having done this. Apart, however, from its industrial department, it has its general department, offering all the advantages of a first-class literary institution. It has its reading rooms, its library, its chemical laboratory, its museum, its art department, its lecture hall, and its long list of lectures on subjects of various and comprehensive interest, delivered by lecturers of the highest qualifications. Very well. But it may be asked, what are the practical results of all these appliances? Now let us suppose a few. Suppose that your institution should have educated those who are now its teachers. That would be a very remarkable fact. Supposing, besides, it should, so to speak, have educated education all around it, by sending forth numerous and efficient teachers into many and diverse schools. Suppose the young student, reared exclusively in its laboratory, should be presently snapped up for the laboratory of the great and famous hospitals. Suppose that in 9 years its industrial students should have carried off a round dozen of the much competed for prizes awarded by the Society of Arts and the Government Department. Besides, 2 local prizes originating in the generosity of a Birmingham man. Suppose that the town council, having it in trust to find an artisan well fit to receive the Whitworth prizes, should find him here. Suppose that one of the industrial students should turn his chemical studies to the practical account of extracting gold from waste colour water, and of taking it into custody in the very act of running away, with hundreds of pounds down the town drains. Suppose another should perceive in his books, in his studious evenings, what was amiss with his master's until then inscrutably defective furnace, and should go straight to the great annual saving of that master and put it right. Supposing another should puzzle out the means, until then quite unknown in England, of making a certain description of coloured glass. Supposing another should qualify himself to vanquish one by one, as they daily arise, all the little difficulties incidental to his calling as an electroplater, and should be applied to by his companions in the shop in all emergencies under the name of the Encyclopedia. Suppose a long procession of such cases, and then consider that these are not suppositions at all, but are plain, unvarnished facts, culminating in the one special and significant fact that, with a single solitary exception, every one of the institution's industrial students who have taken its prizes within 10 years have since climbed to higher situations in their way of life. As to the extent to which the institution encourages the artisan to think, and so, for instance, to rise superior to the little shackling prejudices and observances perchance existing in his trade, when they will not bear the test of inquiry, that is only to be equalled by the extent to which it encourages him to feel. There is a certain tone of modest manliness pervading all the little facts which I have looked through, I have found remarkably impressive. The decided objection on the part of industrial students to attend classes in their working clothes breathes this tone, as being a graceful and at the same time perfectly independent recognition of the place and of one another. And this tone is admirably illustrated in a different way in the case of a poor bricklayer who, being in temporary reverses through the illness of his family, and having consequently been obliged to part with his best clothes, and being therefore missed from his classes, in which he had been noticed as a very hard worker, was persuaded to attend them in his working clothes. He replied, no, it was not possible. It must not be thought of. It must not come into question for a moment. It would be supposed, or it might be thought, that he did it to attract attention. And the same man, being offered by one of the officers a loan of money to enable him to rehabilitate his appearance, positively declined it, on the ground that he came to the institution to learn and to know better how to help himself, not otherwise to ask help or to receive help from any man. Now, I am justified in calling this the tone of the institution, because it is no isolated instance. It is a fair and honourable sample of the spirit of the place. And as such, I put it at the conclusion, though last, certainly not least, of my references to what your institution has indubitably done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I come at length to what, in the humble opinion of the evanescent officer before you, remains for the institution to do and not to do. As Mr. Carlyle has it towards the closing pages of his grand history of the French Revolution, this we are now with due brevity to glance at, and then courage, O listener, I see land. I earnestly hope, and I firmly believe, that your institution will do henceforth as it has done hitherto. It can hardly do better. I hope and believe that it will know among its members no distinction of persons, creed, or party, but that it will conserve its place of assemblage as a high, pure ground on which all such considerations shall merge into the one universal, heaven-sent aspiration of the human soul, to be wiser and better. I hope and believe that it will always be expansive and elastic, forever seeking to devise new means of enlarging the circle of its members, of attracting to itself the confidence of still greater and greater numbers, and never evincing any more disposition to stand still than time does, or life does, or the seasons do. And above all things, I hope, and I feel confident from its antecedents, that it will never allow any consideration on the face of the earth to induce it to patronise or to be patronised. For I verily believe that the bestowal and receipt of patronage in such wise has been a curse in England, and that it has done more to prevent really good objects and to lower really high character than the utmost efforts of the narrowest antagonism could have effected in twice the time. I have no fear that the walls of the Birmingham and Midland Institute will ever tremble responsive to the croakings of the timid opponents of intellectual progress, but in this connection generally I cannot forbear from offering a remark which is much upon my mind. It is commonly assumed, much too commonly, that this age is a material age, and that a material age is an irreligious age. I've been pained lately to see this assumption repeated in certain influential quarters for which I have a high respect, and desire to have a higher. I am afraid that by dint of constantly being reiterated, and reiterated without protest, this assumption, which I take leave altogether to deny, may be accepted by the more unthinking part of the public as unquestionably true, just as caricaturists and painters, professedly making a portrait of some public man which was not in the least like him to begin with, have gone on repeating and repeating it until the public came to believe that it must be exactly like him, simply because it was like itself, and really have at last, in the fullness of time, grown almost disposed to resent upon him their tardy discovery, really to resent upon him their late discovery, that he was not like it. I confess, standing here in this responsible situation, that I do not understand this much used and much abused phrase, the material age. I cannot comprehend, if anybody can, I very much doubt, its logical signification. For instance, has electricity become more material in the mind of any sane or moderately insane man, woman or child, because of the discovery that in the good providence of God it could be made available for the service and use of man to an immeasurably greater extent than for his destruction? Do I make a more material journey to the bedside of my dying parent or my dying child when I travel there at the rate of 60 miles an hour than when I travel thither at the rate of 6? Rather, in the swiftest case, does not my agonized heart become overfraught with gratitude to that supreme beneficence from whom alone could have proceeded the wonderful means of shortening my suspense? What is the materiality of the cable or the wire compared with the materiality of the spark? What is the materiality of certain chemical substances that we can weigh or measure, imprison or release, compared with the materiality of their appointed affinities and repulsions presented to them from the instant of their creation to the day of judgment, when did this so-called material age begin? With the use of clothing? With the discovery of the compass? With the invention of the art of printing? Surely, it has been a long time about. And which is the more material object? The farthing tallow candle that will not give me light? Or that flame of gas which will? No, ladies and gentlemen, do not let us be discouraged or deceived by any fine, vapid, empty words. The true material age is the stupid Chinese age, in which no new or grand revelations of nature are granted because they are ignorantly and insolently repelled, instead of being diligently and humbly sought. The difference between the ancient fiction of the mad braggart defying the lightning and the modern historical picture of Franklin drawing it towards his kite, in order that he might the more profoundly study that which was set before him to be studied, or it would not have been there, happily expresses, to my mind, the distinction between the much maligned material sages, material in one sense, I suppose, but in another very immaterial sages, of the Celestial Empire school. Consider whether it is likely or unlikely, natural or unnatural, reasonable or unreasonable, that I, a being capable of thought, and finding myself surrounded by such discovered wonders on every hand, should sometimes ask myself the question, should put to myself the solemn consideration, can these things be among those things which might have been disclosed by divine lips nigh upon 2,000 years ago, but that the people of that time could not bear them? And whether this be so or no, if I am so surrounded on every hand, is not my moral responsibility tremendously increased thereby, and with it my intelligence and submission as a child of Adam and of the dust before that shining source which equally of all that is granted and all that is withheld holds in his mighty hands the unapproachable mysteries of life and death? To the students of your industrial classes generally, I have had it in my mind first to commend the short motto in 2 words: courage. Persevere. This is the motto of a friend and worker. Not because the eyes of Europe are upon them, for I don't in the least believe it, nor because the eyes of even England are upon them, for I don't in the least believe it, not because their doings will be proclaimed with blast of trumpet at street corners, for no such musical performances will take place, not because self-improvement is at all certain to lead to worldly success, but simply because it is good and right of itself, and because being so, it does assuredly bring with it its own resources and its own rewards. I would further commend to them a very wise and witty piece of advice on the conduct of the understanding which was given more than half a century ago by the Reverend Sidney Smith, wisest and wittiest of the friends I have lost. He says, and he is speaking, you will please understand, as I speak, to a school of volunteer students, he says, "There is a piece of foppery which is to be cautiously guarded against, the foppery of universality, of knowing all sciences and excelling in all arts, chemistry, mathematics, algebra, dancing, history, reasoning, riding, fencing, Low Dutch, High Dutch, and natural philosophy. In short, the modern precept of education very often is, take the admirable Crichton for your model. I would have you ignorant of nothing. Now, says he, my advice, on the contrary, is to have the courage to be ignorant of a great number of things in order that you may avoid the calamity of being ignorant of everything." To this I would superadd a little truth, which holds equally good of my own life and the life of every eminent man I have ever known. The one serviceable, safe, certain, remunerative, attainable quality in every study and in every pursuit is the quality of attention. My own invention or imagination, such as it is, I can most truthfully assure you, would never have served me as it has, but for the habit of commonplace, humble, patient, daily, toiling, drudging attention. Genius, vivacity, quickness of penetration, brilliancy in association of ideas, such mental qualities, like the qualities of the apparition of the externally armed head in Macbeth, will not be commanded, but attention, after due term of submissive service, always will. Like certain plants, which the poorest peasant may grow in the poorest soil, it can be cultivated by anyone, and it is certain in its own good season to bring forth flowers and fruit. I can most truthfully assure you, by the by, that this eulogium on attention is so far quite disinterested on my part, as that it has not the least reference whatever to the attention with which you have honoured me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have done. I cannot but reflect how often you have probably heard within these walls one of the foremost men, and certainly one of the very best speakers, if not the very best in England. I could not say to myself, when I began just now, in Shakespeare's line, I will be bright and shining gold. But I could say to myself, and I did say to myself, I will be as natural and easy as I possibly can, because my heart has all been in my subject, and I bear an old love towards Birmingham and Birmingham men. I have said that I bear an old love towards Birmingham and Birmingham men. Let me amend a small omission and add, and Birmingham women. This ring I wear on my finger now is an old Birmingham gift, and if by rubbing it I could raise the spirit that was obedient to Aladdin's ring, I heartily assure you that my first instruction to that genie on the spot would be to place himself at Birmingham's disposal in the best of causes. In acknowledging the vote of thanks, Mr. Dickens said, Ladies and gentlemen, as I hope it is more than possible that I shall have the pleasure of meeting you again before Christmas is out, and shall have the great interest of seeing the faces and touching the hands of the successful competitors in your lists, I will not cast upon that anticipated meeting the terrible foreshadowing of dread, which must inevitably result from a second speech. I thank you most heartily, and I most sincerely and fervently say to you, good night, and God bless you. In reference to the appropriate and excellent remarks of Mr. Dickson, I will now discharge my conscience of my political creed, which is contained in 2 articles, and has no reference to any party or persons. My faith in the people governing is, on the whole, infinitesimal. My faith in the people governed is, on the whole, illimitable. End of section 43. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 44 of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Birmingham, January 6, 1870. On the evening of the above date, Mr. Dickens, as President of the Birmingham and Midland Institute, distributed the prizes and certificates awarded to the most successful students in the first year. The proceedings took place in the Town Hall. Mr. Dickens entered at 8 o'clock, accompanied by the officers of the Institute, and was received with loud applause. After the lapse of a minute or two, he rose and said, Ladies and gentlemen, when I last had the honour to preside over a meeting of the institution which again brings us together, I took occasion to remark upon a certain superabundance of public speaking, which seems to me to distinguish the present time. It will require very little self-denial on my part to practice now what I preached then. Firstly, because I said my little say that night, and secondly, because we have definite and highly interesting action before us tonight. We have now to bestow the rewards which have been brilliantly won by the most successful competitors in the Society's lists. I say the most successful because tonight we should particularly observe, I think, that there is success in all honest endeavour, and that there is some victory gained in every gallant struggle that is made. To strive at all involves a victory achieved over sloth, inertness, and indifference, and competition for these prizes involves, besides, in the vast majority of cases, competition with, and mastery asserted over, circumstances adverse to the effort made. Therefore, every losing competitor among my hearers may be certain that he has still won much, very much, and that he can well afford to swell the triumph of his rivals who have passed him in the race. I have applied the word rewards to these prizes, and I do so not because they represent any great intrinsic worth in silver or gold, but precisely because they do not. They represent what is above all price, what can be stated in no arithmetical figures, and what is one of the great needs of the human soul: encouraging sympathy. They are an assurance to every student present or to come in your institution that he does not work either neglected or unfriended, and that he is watched, felt for, stimulated and appreciated. Such an assurance, conveyed in the presence of this large assembly, and striking to the breasts of the recipients that thrill which is inseparable from any great united utterance of feeling, is a reward, to my thinking, as purely worthy of the labour as the labour itself is worthy of the reward, and by a sensitive spirit can never be forgotten. One of the prize-takers was a Miss Winkle, a name suggestive of Pickwick, which was received with laughter. Mr. Dickens made some remarks to the lady in an undertone, and then observed to the audience, "I have recommended Miss Winkle to change her name." The prizes having been distributed, Mr. Dickens made a second brief speech. He said, "The prizes are now all distributed, and I have discharged myself of the delightful task you have entrusted to me. And if the recipients of these prizes and certificates who have come upon this platform have had the genuine pleasure in receiving their acknowledgments from my hands, that I have had in placing them in theirs, they are in a true Christian temper tonight. I have the painful sense upon me that it is reserved for someone else to enjoy this great satisfaction of mine next time. It would be useless for the few short moments longer to disguise the fact that I happen to have drawn king this 12th night, but that another sovereign will very soon sit upon my inconstant throne. Tonight I abdicate, or, what is much the same thing in the modern annals of royalty, I am politely dethroned." This melancholy reflection, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to a very small point, personal to myself, upon which I will beg your permission to say a closing word. When I was here last autumn, I made, in reference to some remarks of your respected member, Mr. Dickson, a short confession of my political faith, or perhaps I should better say, want of faith. It imported that I have very little confidence in the people who govern us. Please to observe, people there will be with a small p, but that I have great confidence in the people whom they govern. Please to observe, people there with a large P. This was shortly and elliptically stated, and was, with no evil intention, I'm absolutely sure, in some quarters inversely explained, perhaps as the inventor of a certain extravagant fiction, but one which I do see rather frequently quoted, as if there were grains of truth at the bottom of it, a fiction called the Circumlocution Office, and perhaps also as the writer of an idle book or two, whose public opinions are not obscurely stated. Perhaps in these respects I do not sufficiently bear in mind Hamlet's caution, to speak by the card, lest equivocation should undo me. Now I complain of nobody, but simply in order that there may be no mistake as to what I did mean, and as to what I do mean. I will restate my meaning, and I will do so in the words of a great thinker, a great writer, and a great scholar, whose death, unfortunately for mankind, cut short his history of civilization in England. They may talk as they will about reforms which government has introduced and improvements to be expected from legislation, but whoever will take a wider and more commanding view of human affairs will soon discover that such hopes are chimerical. They will learn that lawgivers are nearly always the obstructors of society instead of its helpers, and that in the extremely few cases where their measures have turned out well, their success has been owing to the fact that, contrary to their usual custom. They have implicitly obeyed the spirit of their time, and have been, as they always should be, the mere servants of the people, to whose wishes they are bound to give a public and legal sanction. End of section 44. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 45. Of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. London, April 6th, 1846. The first anniversary festival of the General Theatrical Fund Association was held on the evening of the above date at the London Tavern. The chair was taken by Mr. Dickens, who thus proposed the principal toast. Gentlemen, in offering to you a toast which has not as yet been publicly drunk in any company, it becomes incumbent on me to offer a few words in explanation. In the first place, premising that the toast will be the General Theatrical Fund. The association, whose anniversary we celebrate tonight, was founded 7 years ago for the purpose of granting permanent pensions to such of the corps dramatique as had retired from the stage either from a decline in their years or a decay of their powers. Collected within the scope of its benevolence are all actors and actresses, singers or dancers of 5 years' standing in the profession. To relieve their necessities and to protect them from want is the great end of the society, and it is good to know that for 7 years the members of it have steadily, patiently, quietly and perseveringly pursued this end, advancing by regular contribution moneys which many of them could ill afford, and cheered by no external help or assistance of any kind whatsoever. It has thus served a regular apprenticeship, but I trust that we shall establish tonight that its time is out, and that henceforth the fund will enter upon a flourishing and brilliant career. I have no doubt that you were all aware that there are, and were when this institution was founded, 2 other institutions existing of a similar nature, Covent Garden and Drury Lane, both of long standing, both richly endowed. It cannot, however, be too distinctly understood that the present institution is not in any way adverse to those. How can it be, when it is only a wide and broad extension of all that is most excellent in the principles on which they are founded? That such an extension was absolutely necessary was sufficiently proved by the fact that the great body of the dramatic corps were excluded from the benefits conferred by a membership of either of these institutions, for it was essential, in order to become a member of the Drury Lane Society, that the applicant, either he or she, should have been engaged for 3 consecutive seasons as a performer. This was afterwards reduced, in the case of Covent Garden, to a period of 2 years. But it really is as exclusive one way as the other, for I need not tell you that Covent Garden is now but a vision of the past. You might play the Bottle Conjurer with its dramatic company and put them all into a pint bottle. The human voice is rarely heard within its walls, save in connection with corn, or the ambidextrous prestidigitation of the Wizard of the North. In like manner, Drury Lane is conducted now with almost a sole view to the opera and the ballet, insomuch that the statue of Shakespeare over the door serves as emphatically to point out his grave as his bust did in the church of Stratford-upon-Avon. How can the profession generally hope to qualify for the Drury Lane or Covent Garden institution when the oldest and most distinguished members have been driven from the boards on which they have earned their reputations to delight the town in theatres to which the General Theatrical Fund alone extended? I will again repeat that I attach no reproach to those other funds, with which I have had the honour of being connected at different periods of my life. At the time those associations were established, an engagement at one of those theatres was almost a matter of course, and a successful engagement would last a whole life, but an engagement of 2 months' duration at Covent Garden would be a perfect old par of an engagement just now. It should never be forgotten that when those two funds were established, the two great theatres were protected by patent, and that at that time the minor theatres were condemned by law to the representation of the most preposterous nonsense, and some gentlemen whom I see around me could no more belong to the minor theatres of that day than they could now belong to St. Bartholomew Fair. As I honour the two old funds for the great good which they have done, so I honour this for the much greater good it is resolved to do. It's not because I love them less, but because I love this more, because it includes more in its operation. Let us ever remember that there is no class of actors who stand so much in need of a retiring fund as those who do not win the great prizes, but who are, nevertheless, an essential part of the theatrical system, and by consequence bear a part in contributing to our pleasures. We owe them a debt which we ought to pay. The beds of such men are not of roses, but of very artificial flowers indeed. Their lives are lives of care and privation, and hard struggles with very stern realities. It is from among the poor actors who drink wine from goblets in colour marvellously like toast and water, and who preside at Barmecide feasts with wonderful appetites for steaks. It is from their ranks that the most triumphant favourites have sprung, and surely besides this, the greater the instruction and delight we derive from the rich English drama, the more we are bound to succour and protect the humblest of those votaries of the art who add to our instruction and amusement. Hazlitt has well said that there is no class of society whom so many persons regard with affection as actors. We greet them on the stage, we like to meet them in the streets, they almost always recall to us pleasant associations. When they have strutted and fretted their hour upon the stage, let them not be heard no more, but let them be heard sometimes to say that they are happy in their old age. When they have passed for the last time from behind that glittering row of lights with which we are all familiar, let them not pass away into gloom and darkness, but let them pass into cheerfulness and light, into a contented and happy home. This is the object for which we have met, and I am too familiar with the English character not to know that it will be effected. When we come suddenly, in a crowded street, upon the careworn features of a familiar face crossing us like the ghost of pleasant hours long forgotten, let us not recall those features with pain, in sad remembrance of what they once were, but let us, in joy, recognise it, and go back a pace or two, to meet it once again, as that of a friend who has beguiled us of a moment of care, who has taught us to sympathise with virtuous grief, cheating us to tears for sorrows not our own, and we all know how pleasant are such tears. Let such a face be ever remembered as that of our benefactor and our friend. I try to recollect, in coming here, whether I had ever been in any theatre in my life from which I had not brought away some pleasant association, however poor the theatre, and I protest, out of my varied experience, I could not remember even one from which I had not brought some favourable impression, and that, commencing with the period when I believed the clown was a being born into the world with infinite pockets, and ending with that in which I saw the other night outside one of the royal saloons a playbill which showed me ships completely rigged, carrying men, and careering over boundless and tempestuous oceans. And now, bespeaking your kindest remembrance of our theatres and actors, I beg to propose that you drink as heartily and freely as ever a toast was drunk in this toast-drinking city, prosperity to the General Theatrical Fund. End of section 45. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, August 2023. Section 46 of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Leeds, December 1st, 1847. On the above evening, a soiree of the Leeds Mechanics Institution took place, at which about 1,200 persons were present. The chair was taken by Mr. Dickens, who thus addressed the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me, speaking to you with a most disastrous cold, which makes my own voice sound very strangely in my ears, that if I were not gratified and honoured beyond expression by your cordial welcome, I should have considered the invitation to occupy my present position in this brilliant assemblage in itself a distinction not easy to be surpassed. The cause in which we are assembled, and the objects we are met to promote, I take, and always have taken to be, the cause and the objects involving almost all others that are essential to the welfare and happiness of mankind. And in celebrating like the present, commemorating the birth and progress of a great educational establishment, I recognise as something not limited to the spectacle of the moment, beautiful and radiant though it be, not limited even to the success of the particular establishment in which we are more immediately interested, but extending from this place, and through swarms of toiling men elsewhere, cheering and stimulating them in the onward, upward path that lies before us all. Wherever hammers beat, or wherever factory chimneys smoke, wherever hands are busy, or the clanking of machinery resounds, wherever, in a word, there are masses of industrious human beings whom their wise Creator did not see fit to constitute all body, but into each and every one of whom he breathed a mind, there, I would fain believe, some touch of sympathy and encouragement is felt from our collective pulse now beating in this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, glancing with such feelings at the report of your institution for the present year sent to me by your respected president, whom I cannot help feeling it, by the by, a kind of crime to depose, even thus peacefully, and for so short a time, I say, glancing over this report, I found one statement of fact in the very opening, which gave me an uncommon satisfaction. It is, that a great number of the members and subscribers are among that class of persons for whose advantage mechanics institutions were originated, namely, persons receiving weekly wages. This circumstance gives me the greatest delight. I am sure that no better testimony could be borne to the merits and usefulness of this institution, and that no better guarantee could be given for its continued prosperity and advancement. To such associations as this, in their darker hours, there may yet reappear now and then the spectral shadow of a certain dead and buried opposition, but before the light of a steady trust in them on the part of the general people, bearing testimony to the virtuous influences of such institutions by their own intelligence and conduct, the ghost will melt away like early vapour from the ground. Fear of such institutions as these. We have heard people sometimes speak with jealousy of them, with distrust of them. Imagine here, on either hand, two great towns like Leeds, full of busy men, all of them feeling necessarily, and some of them heavily, the burdens and inequalities inseparable from civilized society. In this town there is ignorance, dense and dark. In that town, education, the best of education, that which the grown man from day to day and year to year furnishes for himself and maintains for himself, and in right of which his education goes on all his life, instead of leaving off, complacently, just when he begins to live in the social system. Now, which of these two towns has a good man or a good cause reason to distrust and dread? The educated one, does some timid politician with a marvellously weak sight say, as I have heard such politicians say, because knowledge is power, and because it won't do to have too much power abroad. Why, ladies and gentlemen, reflect whether ignorance be not power, and a very dreadful power. Look where we will, do we not find it powerful for every kind of wrong and evil? Powerful to take its enemies to its heart, and strike its best friends down, powerful to fill the prisons, the hospitals, and the graves. Powerful for blind violence, prejudice, and error in all their gloomy and destructive shapes. Whereas the power of knowledge, if I understand it, is to bear and forbear, to learn the path of duty and to tread it, to engender that self-respect which does not stop at self, but cherishes the best respect for the best objects, to turn an always enlarging acquaintance with the joys and sorrows, capabilities and imperfections of our race to daily account, in mildness of life, and gentleness of construction, and humble efforts for the improvement, stone by stone, of the whole social fabric. I never heard but one tangible position taken against educational establishments for the people, and that was, that in this or that instance, or in these or those instances, education for the people has failed. And I have never traced even this to its source, but I have found that the term education so employed meant anything but education, implied the mere imperfect application of old, ignorant, preposterous spelling book lessons to the meanest purposes, as if you should teach a child that there is no higher end in electricity, for example, than expressly to strike a mutton pie out of the hand of a greedy boy, and on which it is as unreasonable to found an objection to education in a comprehensive sense as it would be to object altogether to the combing of youthful hair, because in a certain charity school they had a practice of combing it into the pupils' eyes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I turn to the report of this institution on whose behalf we are met, and I start with the education given there, and I find that it really is an education that is deserving of the name. I find that there are papers read and lectures delivered on a variety of subjects of interest and importance. I find that there are evening classes formed for the acquisition of sound, useful English information, and for the study of those two important languages, daily becoming more important in the business of life, the French and German. I find that there is a class for drawing, a chemical class, subdivided into the elementary branch and the manufacturing branch, most important here. I find that there is a day school at 12 shillings a quarter, which small cost, besides including instruction in all that is useful to the merchant and the man of business, admits to all the advantages of the parent institution. I find that there is a school of design, established in connection with the government school, and that there was in January this year a library of between 6,000 and 7,000 books. Ladies and gentlemen, if any man would tell me that anything but good could come of such knowledge as this, all I can say is that I should consider him a new and most lamentable proof of the necessity of such institutions, and should regard him in his own person as a melancholy instance of what a man may come to by never having belonged to one or sympathised with one. There is one other paragraph in this report which struck my eye in looking over it, and on which I cannot help offering a word of joyful notice. It is the steady increase that appears to have taken place in the number of lady members, among whom I hope I may presume are included some of the bright fair faces that are clustered around me. Gentlemen, I hold that it is not good for man to be alone, even in mechanics institutions, and I rank it as very far from among the last or least of the merits of such places, that he need not be alone there, and that he is not. I believe that the sympathy and society of those who are our best and dearest friends in infancy, in childhood, in manhood, and in old age, the most devoted and least selfish natures that we know on earth, who turn to us always, constant and unchanged, when others turn away, should greet us here, if anywhere, and go on with us, side by side. I know, gentlemen, by the evidence of my own proper senses at this moment, that there are charms and graces in such greetings, such as no other greeting can possess. I know that in every beautiful work of the Almighty hand, which is illustrated in your lectures, and in every real or ideal portraiture of fortitude and goodness that you find in your books, there is something that must bring you home again to them for its brightest and best example. And therefore, gentlemen, I hope that you will never be without them, or without an increasing number of them in your studies and your commemorations, and that an immense number of new marriages and other domestic festivals naturally consequent upon those marriages may be traced back from time to time to the Leeds Mechanics Institution. There are many gentlemen around me, distinguished by their public position and service, or endeared to you by frequent intercourse, or by their zealous efforts on behalf of the cause which brings us together, and to them I shall beg leave to refer you for further observations on this happy and interesting occasion, begging to congratulate you finally upon the occasion itself, upon the prosperity and thriving prospects of your institution, and upon our common and general good fortune in living in these times when the means of mental culture and improvement presented cheaply, socially and cheerfully, and not in dismal cells or lonely garrets. And lastly, I congratulate myself, I assure you most heartily, upon the part with which I am honoured on an occasion so congenial to my warmest feelings and sympathies, and I beg to thank you for such evidences of your goodwill as I never can coldly remember and never forget. In acknowledging the vote of thanks, Mr. Dickens said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great satisfaction to me that this question has been put by the Mayor, inasmuch as I hope I may receive it as a token that he has forgiven me those extremely large letters which I must say, from the glimpse I caught of them when I arrived in the town, looked like a leaf from the first primer of a very promising young giant. I will only observe, in reference to the proceeding of this evening, that after what I have seen, and the excellent speeches I have heard from gentlemen of so many different callings and persuasions, meeting here as on neutral ground, I do more strongly and sincerely believe than I ever have in my life, and that is saying a great deal, that institutions such as this will be the means of refining and improving that social edifice which has been so often mentioned tonight until, unlike that Babel Tower that would have taken heaven by storm, it shall end in sweet accord and harmony among all classes of its builders. Ladies and gentlemen, most respectfully and heartily, I bid you good night and goodbye, and I trust the next time we meet it will be in even greater numbers and in a larger room, and that we often shall meet again to recall this evening then of the past, and remember it as one of a series of increasing triumphs of your excellent institution." End of section 46. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, August 2023. Section 47 of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Glasgow, December 28th, 1847. The first soirée, commemorative of the opening of the Glasgow Athenaeum, took place on the above evening in the City Hall. Mr. Charles Dickens presided, and made the following speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by endeavouring to convey to you the assurance that not even the warmth of your reception can possibly exceed, in simple earnestness, the cordiality of the feeling with which I have come amongst you. This beautiful scene, and your generous greeting, would naturally awaken, under any circumstances, no common feeling within me. But when I connect them with the high purpose of this brilliant assembly, when I regard it as an educational example and encouragement to the rest of Scotland, when I regard it no less as a recognition on the part of everybody here of the right, indisputable and inalienable, of all those who are actively engaged in the work and business of life, to elevate and improve themselves so far as in them lies by all good means, I feel as if I stand here to swear brotherhood to all the young men in Glasgow, and may I say, to all the young women in Glasgow, being unfortunately in no position to take any tender vows upon myself, and as if we were pledged from this time henceforth to make common cause together in one of the most laudable and worthy of human objects. ladies and gentlemen, a common cause must be made in such a design as that which brings us together this night, for without it, nothing can be done, but with it, everything. It is a common cause of right, God knows, for it is idle to suppose that the advantages of such an institution as the Glasgow Athenaeum will stop within its own walls, or be confined to its own members. Through all the society of this great and important city, upwards to the highest and downwards to the lowest, it must, I know, be felt for good. Downward, in a clearer perception of and sympathy with those social miseries which can be alleviated, and those wide open doors to vice and crime that can be shut and barred, and upward in a greater intelligence, increased efficiency, and higher knowledge of all who partake of its benefits themselves, or who communicate, as all must do, in a greater or less degree, some portion to the circle of relatives or friends in which they move. Nor, ladies and gentlemen, would I say for any man, however high his social position, or however great his attainments, that he might not find something to be learnt even from immediate contact with such institutions, if he only saw the goddess knowledge coming out of her secluded palaces and high places to mingle with the throng, and to give them shining glimpses of the delights which were long kept hoarded up. He might learn something, if he only saw the energy and the courage with which those who earn their daily bread by the labour of their hands or heads come night after night, as to a recreation, to that which was, perhaps, the whole absorbing business of his youth. There might still be something very wholesome for him to learn. But when he could see in such places their genial and reviving influences, their substituting of the contemplation of the beauties of nature and art, and of the wisdom of great men, for mere sensual enjoyment or stupid idleness, at any rate he would learn this, that it is at once the duty and the interest of all good members of society to encourage and protect them. I took occasion to say at an Athenaeum in Yorkshire a few weeks since, and I think it a point most important to be borne in mind on such commemorations as these, that when such societies are objected to, or are decried on the ground that, in the views of the objectors, education among the people has not succeeded, the term education is used with not the least reference to its real meaning, and is wholly misunderstood. Mere reading and writing is not education. It would be quite as reasonable to call bricks and mortar architecture, oils and colours art, reeds and catgut music, or the child's spelling books, the works of Shakespeare, Milton, or Bacon, as to call the lowest rudiments of education, and to visit on that most abused and slandered word their failure in any instance, and precisely because they were not education, because, generally speaking, the word has been understood in that sense a great deal too long, because education for the business of life, and for the due cultivation of domestic virtues, is at least as important from day to day to the grown-up person as to the child, because real education, in the strife and contention for a livelihood, and the consequent necessity incumbent on a great number of young persons to go into the world when they are very young, is extremely difficult. It is because of these things that I look upon mechanics institutions and Athenaeums as vitally important to the well-being of society. It is because the rudiments of education may there be turned to good account in the acquisition of sound principles and the great virtues, hope, faith, and charity, to which all our knowledge tends. It is because of that, I take it, that you have met in education's name tonight. It is a great satisfaction to me to occupy the place I do in behalf of an infant institution, a remarkably fine child enough, of a vigorous constitution, but an infant still. I esteem myself singularly fortunate in knowing it before its prime, in the hope that I may have the pleasure of remembering in its prime and when it has attained to its lusty maturity, that I was a friend of its youth. It has already passed through some of the disorders to which children are liable. It succeeded to an elder brother of a very meritorious character, but of a rather weak constitution, and which expired when about 12 months old from, it is said, a destructive habit of getting up early in the morning. It succeeded, this elder brother, and has fought manfully through a sea of troubles. Its friends have often been much concerned for it. Its pulse has been exceedingly low, being only 1,250, when it was expected to have been 10,000. Several relations and friends have even gone so far as to walk off once or twice in the melancholy belief that it was dead. Through all that, assisted by the indomitable energy of 1 or 2 nurses to whom it can never be sufficiently grateful, it came triumphantly, and now of all the youthful members of its family I ever saw, it has the strongest attitude, the healthiest look, the brightest and most cheerful air. I find the institution nobly lodged. I find it with a reading room, a coffee room, and a newsroom. I find it with lectures given and in progress in sound, useful, and well-selected subjects. I find it with morning and evening classes for mathematics, logic, grammar, music, French, German, Spanish, and Italian, attended by upwards of 500 persons. But, best and first of all, and what is to me more satisfactory than anything else in the history of the institution, I find that all this has been mainly achieved by the young men of Glasgow themselves, with very little assistance. And, ladies and gentlemen, as the axiom, "Heaven helps those who help themselves," is truer in no case than it is in this, I look to the young men of Glasgow from such a past and such a present to a noble future. Everything that has been done in any other Athenaeum I confidently expect to see done here, and when that shall be the case, and when there shall be great cheap schools in connection with the institution, and when it has bound together for ever all its friends, and brought over to itself all those who look upon it as an objectionable institution, then, and not till then, I hope the young men of Glasgow will rest from their labours, and think their study done. If the young men of Glasgow want any stimulus or encouragement in this wise, they have one beside them, in the presence of their fair townswomen, which is irresistible. It is a most delightful circumstance to me, and one fraught with inestimable benefits to institutions of this kind, that at a meeting of this nature, those who in all things are our best examples, encouragers, and friends, are not excluded. The abstract idea of the graces was, in ancient times, associated with those arts which refine the human understanding, and it is pleasant to see now, in the rolling of the world, the graces popularising the practice of those arts by their example, and adorning it with their presence. I am happy to know that in the Glasgow Athenaeum there is a peculiar bond of union between the institution and the fairest part of creation. I understand that the necessary addition to the small library of books being difficult and expensive to make, the ladies have generally resolved to hold a fancy bazaar, and to devote the proceeds to this admirable purpose, and I learn with no less pleasure that Her Majesty the Queen, in a graceful and womanly sense of the excellence of this design, has consented that the bazaar shall be held under her royal patronage. I can only say that if you do not find something very noble in your books after this, you are much duller students than I take you to be. The ladies, the single ladies at least, however disinterested I know they are by sex and nature, will, I hope, resolve to have some of the advantages of these books, by never marrying any but members of the Athenaeum. It seems to me it ought to be the pleasantest library in the world. Hazlitt says, in speaking of some of the graceful fancies of some familiar writer of fiction, "How long since I first became acquainted with these characters? What old-fashioned friends they seem, and yet I am not tired of them, like so many other friends, nor they of me." In this case, the books will not only possess all the attractions of their own friendships and charms, but also the manifold, I may say womanfold, associations connected with their donors. I can imagine how, in fact, from these fanciful associations, some fair Glasgow widow may be taken for the remoter one whom Sir Roger de Coverley could not forget. I can imagine how Sophia's muff may be seen and loved, but not by Tom Jones, going down the High Street on any winter day, or I can imagine the student finding in every fair form the exact counterpart of the Glasgow Athenaeum, and taking into consideration the history of Europe without the consent of Sheriff Alison. I can imagine, in short, how through all the facts and fictions of this library these ladies will always be active, and that age will not wither them, nor custom stale their infinite variety. It seems to me to be a moral, delightful, and happy chance that this meeting has been held at this genial season of the year, when a new time is, as it were, opening before us, and when we celebrate the birth of that divine and blessed teacher who took the highest knowledge into the humblest places, and whose great system comprehended all mankind. I hail it as a most auspicious omen at this time of the year, when many scattered friends and families are reassembled, for the members of this institution to be calling men together from all quarters, with a brotherly view to the general good, and a view to the general improvement, as I consider that such designs are practically worthy of the faith we hold, and a practical remembrance of the words, "On earth peace, and goodwill toward men." I hope that every year which dawns on your institution will find it richer in its means of usefulness, and greyer-headed in the honour and respect it has gained. It can hardly speak for itself more appropriately than in the words of an English writer when contemplating the English emblem of this period of the year, the holly tree. Mr. Dickens concluded by quoting the last 3 stanzas of Southey's poem, The Holly Tree. In acknowledging a vote of thanks proposed by Sir Archibald, then Mr. Alison, Mr. Dickens said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am no stranger, and I say it with the deepest gratitude, to the warmth of Scottish hearts. But the warmth of your present welcome almost deprives me of any hope of acknowledging it. I will not detain you any longer at this late hour. Let it suffice to assure you that for taking the part with which I have been honoured in this festival, I have been repaid 1,000-fold by your abundant kindness, and by the unspeakable gratification it has afforded me. I hope that, before many years are past, we may have another meeting in public, when we shall rejoice at the immense progress your institution will have made in the meantime, and look back upon this night with new pleasure and satisfaction. I shall now, in conclusion, repeat most heartily and fervently the quotation of Dr. Ewing, the late Provost of Glasgow, which Bailey Nicol Jarvie, himself a Glasgow body, observed was elegantly putting round the town's arms. End of section 47. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 48 of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. London, April 14th, 1851. The 6th annual dinner of the General Theatrical Fund was held at the London Tavern on the above date. Mr. Charles Dickens occupied the chair, and in giving the toast of the evening, said, "I have so often had the satisfaction of bearing my testimony in this place to the usefulness of the excellent institution in whose behalf we are assembled, that I should be really sensible of the disadvantage of having now nothing to say in proposing the toast you all anticipate, if I were not well assured that there is really nothing which needs to be said. I have to appeal to you on the old grounds, and no ingenuity of mine could render those grounds of greater weight than they have hitherto successfully proved to you. Although the General Theatrical Fund Association unlike many other public societies and endowments, is represented by no building, whether of stone or brick or glass, like that astonishing evidence of the skill and energy of my friend Mr. Paxton, which all the world is now called upon to admire, and the great merit of which, as you learn from the best authorities, is that it ought to have fallen down long before it was built, and yet that it would by no means consent to doing so. Although, I say, this association possesses no architectural home, it is nevertheless as plain a fact, rests on as solid a foundation, and carries as erect a front as any building in the world. And the best and the utmost that its exponent and its advocate can do, standing here, is to point it out to those who gather round it, and to say, judge for yourselves. It may not, however, be improper for me to suggest to that portion of the company whose previous acquaintance with it may have been limited, what it is not. It is not a theatrical association whose benefits are confined to a small and exclusive body of actors. It is a society whose claims are always preferred in the name of the whole histrionic art. It is not a theatrical association adapted to a state of theatrical things entirely past and gone, and no more suited to present theatrical requirements than a string of pack horses would be suited to the conveyance of traffic between London and Birmingham. It is not a rich old gentleman, with the gout in his vitals, brushed and got up once a year to look as vigorous as possible, and brought out for public airing by the few survivors of a large family of nephews and nieces, who afterwards double-lock the street door upon the poor relations. It is not a theatrical association which insists that no actor can share its bounty who has not walked so many years on those boards where the English tongue is never heard, between the little bars of music in an aviary of singing birds, to which the unwieldy Swan of Avon is never admitted, that bounty which was gathered in the name and for the elevation of an all-embracing art. No, if there be such things, this thing is not of that kind. This is a theatrical association expressly adapted to the wants and to the means of the whole theatrical profession all over England. It is a society in which the word exclusiveness is wholly unknown. It is a society which includes every actor, whether he be Benedict or Hamlet, or the Ghost, or the Bandit, or the Court Physician, or, in the one person, the whole King's Army. He may do the light business, or the heavy, or the comic, or the eccentric. He may be the captain, who courts the young lady, whose uncle still unaccountably persists in dressing himself in a costume 100 years older than his time. Or he may be the young lady's brother, in the white gloves and inexpressibles, whose duty in the family appears to be to listen to the female members of it whenever they sing, and to shake hands with everybody between all the verses. Or he may be the Baron, who gives the fete, and who sits uneasily on the sofa under a canopy with the Baroness while the fete is going on. Or he may be the peasant at the fete, who comes on the stage to swell the drinking chorus, and who, it may be observed, always turns his glass upside down before he begins to drink out of it. Or he may be the clown, who takes away the doorstep of the house where the evening party is going on. Or he may be the gentleman, who issues out of the house on the false alarm and is precipitated into the area. Or, to come to the actresses, she may be the fairy, who resides for ever in a revolving star, with an occasional visit to a bower or a palace. Or the actor may be the armed head of the witch's cauldron, or even that extraordinary witch concerning whom I have observed in country places that he is much less like the notion formed from the description of Hopkins than the Malcolm or Donalbain of the previous scenes. This society, in short, says, be you what you may, be you actor or actress, be your path in your profession never so high or never so low, never so haughty or never so humble, we offer you the means of doing good to yourselves and of doing good to your brethren. This society is essentially a provident institution, appealing to a class of men to take care of their own interests, and giving a continuous security only in return for a continuous sacrifice and effort. The actor, by the means of this society, obtains his own right to no man's wrong, and when, in old age or in disastrous times, he makes his claim on the institution, he is enabled to say, I am neither a beggar nor a suppliant. I am but reaping what I sowed long ago. And therefore it is that I cannot hold out to you that in assisting this fund you are doing an act of charity in the common acceptation of that phrase. Of all the abuses of that much abused term, none have more raised my indignation than what I have heard in this room in past times in reference to this institution. I say, if you help this institution, you will be helping the waggoner who has resolutely put his own shoulder to the wheel and who has not stuck idle in the mud. In giving this aid, you will be doing an act of justice, and you will be performing an act of gratitude. And this is what I solicit from you. But I will not so far wrong those who are struggling manfully for their own independence as to pretend to entreat from you an act of charity. I have used the word gratitude, and let any man ask his own heart and confess if he have not some grateful acknowledgments for the actor's art. Not peculiarly because it is a profession often pursued and, as it were, marked by poverty and misfortune, for other callings, God knows, have their distresses, nor because the actor has sometimes to come from scenes of sickness, of suffering, aye, even of death itself, to play his part before us. For all of us, in our spheres, have as often to do violence to our feelings and to hide our hearts in fighting this great battle of life and in discharging our duties and responsibilities. But the art of the actor excites reflections, sombre or grotesque, awful or humorous, which we are all familiar with. If any man were to tell me that he denied his acknowledgments to the stage, I would simply put to him one question: whether he remembered his first play. If you, gentlemen, will but carry back your recollection to that great night, and call to mind the bright and harmless world which then opened to your view, we shall, I think, hear favourably of the effect upon your liberality on this occasion from our Secretary. This is the 6th year of meetings of this kind, the 6th time we have had this fine child down after dinner. His nurse, a very worthy person of the name of Buckstone, who has an excellent character from several places, will presently report to you that his chest is perfectly sound, and that his general health is in the most thriving condition. Long may it be so, long may it thrive and grow, long may we meet. It is my sincere wish to exchange our congratulations on its prosperity, and longer than the line of Banquo may be that line of figures which, as its patriotic share in the national debt, a century hence shall be stated by the Governor and Company of the Bank of England. End of section 48, read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, August 2023. Section 49, of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Royal Literary Fund, London, March 12th, 1856. The Corporation of the Royal Literary Fund was established in 1790, its object being to administer assistance to authors of genius and learning who may be reduced to distress by unavoidable calamities, or deprived by enfeebled faculties or declining life of the power of literary exertion. At the annual general meeting held at the house of the Society on the above date, the following speech was made by Mr. Charles Dickens. Sir, I shall not attempt to follow my friend Mr. Bell, who, in the profession of literature, represents upon this committee a separate and distinct branch of the profession that, like the last rose of summer, stands blooming alone while all its companions are faded and gone, into the very prickly bramble bush with which he has ingeniously contrived to beset this question. In the remarks I have to make, I shall confine myself to 4 points. 1. That the committee find themselves in the painful condition of not spending enough money, and will presently apply themselves to the great reform of spending more. 2. That with regard to the house, it is a positive matter of history, that the house for which Mr. Williams was so anxious to be applied, to uses to which it never has been applied, and which the administrators of the fund decline to recognise. 3. That in Mr. Bell's endeavours to remove the Artists' Fund from the ground of analogy it unquestionably occupies with reference to this fund, by reason of their continuing periodical relief to the same persons, I beg to tell Mr. Bell what every gentleman at that table knows, that it is the business of this fund to relieve over and over again the same people. Mr. Bell. But fresh inquiry is always made first. Mr. C. Dickens. I can only oppose to that statement my own experience when I sat on that committee, and when I have known persons relieved on many consecutive occasions without further inquiry being made. As to the suggestion that we should select the items of expenditure that we complain of, I think it is, according to all experience, that we should first affirm the principle that the expenditure is too large. If that be done by the meeting, then I will proceed to the selection of the separate items. Now, in rising to support this resolution, I may state at once that I have scarcely any expectation of its being carried, and I am happy to think it will not. Indeed, I consider it the strongest point of the resolution's case, that it should not be carried, because it will show the determination of the fund's managers. Nothing can possibly be stronger in favour of the resolution than that the statement should go forth to the world that twice within 12 months the attention of the committee has been called to this great expenditure, and twice the committee have considered that it was not unreasonable. I cannot conceive a stronger case for the resolution than this statement of fact as to the expenditure going forth to the public, accompanied by the committee's assertion that it is reasonable. Now, to separate this question from details, let us remember what the committee and their supporters asserted last year, and, I hope, will reassert this year. It seems to be rather the model kind of thing than otherwise now, that if you get £100, you are to spend £40 in management, and if you get £1,000, of course you may spend £400 in giving the rest away. Now, in case there should be any ill-conditioned people here who may ask what occasion there can be for all this expenditure, I will give you my experience. I went last year to a highly respectable place of resort, Willis's Rooms in St. James's, to a meeting of this fund. My original intention was to hear all I could and say as little as possible. Allowing for the absence of the younger and fairer portion of the creation, the general appearance of the place was something like Almack's in the morning. A number of stately old dowagers sat in a row on one side, and an old gentleman on the other. The ball was opened with due solemnity by a real marquis, who walked a minuet with the secretary, at which the audience were much affected. Then another party advanced, who, I am sorry to say, was only a member of the House of Commons, and he took possession of the floor. To him, however, succeeded a lord, then a bishop, then the son of a distinguished lord, then 1 or 2 celebrities from the City and Stock Exchange, and at last a gentleman who made a fortune by the success of Candide, sustained the part of Pangloss, and spoke much of what he evidently believed to be the very best management of this best of all possible funds. Now it is in this fondness for being stupendously genteel and keeping up fine appearances, this vulgar and common social vice of hanging on to great connections at any price, that the money goes. The last time you got a distinguished writer at a public meeting, and he was called on to address you somewhere amongst the small hours, he told you he felt like the man in plush who was permitted to sweep the stage down after all the other people had gone. If the founder of this society were here, I should think he would feel like a sort of Rip Van Winkle reversed, who had gone to sleep backwards for 100 years and woke up to find his fund still lying under the feet of people who did nothing for it, instead of being emancipated and standing alone long ago. This Bloomsbury House is another part of the same desire for show, and the officer who inhabits it, I mean, of course, in his official capacity, for as an individual I much respect him. When one enters the house, it appears to be haunted by a series of mysterious-looking ghosts who glide about engaged in some extraordinary occupation, and, after the approved fashion of ghosts, but seldom condescend to disclose their business. What are all these meetings and inquiries wanted for? As for the authors, I say, as a writer by profession, that the long inquiry said to be necessary to ascertain whether an applicant deserves relief is a preposterous pretence, and that working literary men would have a far better knowledge of the cases coming before the board than can ever be attained by that committee. Further, I say openly and plainly that this fund is pompously and unnaturally administered at great expense, instead of being quietly administered at small expense, and that the secrecy to which it lays claim as its greatest attribute is not kept, for through those two respectable householders to whom reference must be made, the names of the most deserving applicants are to numbers of people perfectly well known. The members have now got before them a plain statement of fact as to these charges, and it is for them to say whether they are justifiable, becoming, or decent. I beg most earnestly and respectfully to put it to those gentlemen who belong to this institution that must now decide, and cannot help deciding, what the literary fund is for, and what it is not for. The question raised by the resolution is whether this is a public corporation for the relief of men of genius and learning, or whether it is a snug, traditional, and conventional party bent upon maintaining its own usages with a vast amount of pride, upon its own annual puffery at costly dinner tables, and upon a course of expensive toadying to a number of distinguished individuals. This is the question which you cannot this day escape. End of section 49. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 50. Of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. London, November 5th, 1857. At the 4th anniversary dinner of the Warehousemen and Clerks Schools, which took place on Thursday evening, November the 5th, 1857, at the London Tavern, and was very numerously attended, Mr. Charles Dickens occupied the chair. On the subject which had brought the company together, Mr. Dickens spoke as follows. I must now solicit your attention for a few minutes to the cause of your assembling together. The main and real object of this evening's gathering, for I suppose we are all agreed that the motto of these tables is not, let us eat and drink for tomorrow we die, but let us eat and drink for tomorrow we live. It is because a great and good work is to live tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and to live a greater and better life with every succeeding tomorrow, that we eat and drink here at all. Conspicuous on the card of admission to this dinner is the word schools. This set me thinking this morning. What are the sorts of schools that I don't like? I found them on consideration to be rather numerous. I don't like, to begin with, and to begin as charity does at home, I don't like the sort of school to which I once went myself, the respected proprietor of which was by far the most ignorant man I have ever had the pleasure to know, one of the worst-tempered men, perhaps, that ever lived, whose business it was to make as much out of us and put as little into us as possible, and who sold us at a figure which I remember we used to delight to estimate as amounting to exactly £2, 4 shillings and 6pence per head. I don't like that sort of school, because I don't see what business a master had to be at the top of it instead of the bottom, and because I never could understand the wholesomeness of the moral preached by the abject appearance and degraded condition of the teachers, who plainly said to us by their looks every day of their lives, Boys, never be learned. Whatever you are, above all things be warned from that in time by our sunken cheeks, by our poor pimply noses, by our meagre diet, by our acid beer, and by our extraordinary suits of clothes of which no human being can say whether they are snuff-colour turned black or black turned snuff-coloured, a point upon which we ourselves are perfectly unable to offer any ray of enlightenment. It is so very long since they were undarned and new. I do not like that sort of school, because I have never yet lost my ancient suspicion touching that curious coincidence that the boy with 4 brothers to come always got the prizes. In fact and short, I do not like that sort of school which is a pernicious and abominable humbug altogether. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't like that sort of school, a ladies' school, with which the other school used to dance on Wednesdays, where the young ladies, as I look back upon them now, seem to me always to have been in new stays and disgrace. The latter concerning a place of which I know nothing at this day, that bounds Timbuktu on the north-east, and where memory always depicts the youthful enthraller of my first affection as for ever standing against a wall in a curious machine of wood which confined her innocent feet in the first dancing position, while those arms which should have encircled my jacket, those precious arms, I say, were pinioned behind her by an instrument of torture called a backboard, fixed in the manner of a double direction post. Again, I don't like that sort of school, of which we have a notable example in Kent, which was established ages ago by worthy scholars and good men long deceased, whose munificent endowments have been monstrously perverted from their original purpose, and which, in their distorted condition, are struggled for and fought over with the most indecent pertinacity. Again, I don't like that sort of school, and I have seen a great many such in these latter times, where the bright, childish imagination is utterly discouraged, and where those bright, childish faces, which it is so very good for the wisest among us to remember in after life, when the world is too much with us, early and late, are gloomily and grimly scared out of countenance, where I have never seen among the pupils, whether boys or girls, anything but little parrots and small calculating machines. Again, I don't by any means like schools in leather breeches, and with mortified straw baskets for bonnets, which file along the streets in long melancholy rows under the escort of that surprising British monster, a beadle, whose system of instruction, I am afraid, too often presents that happy union of sound with sense, of which a very remarkable instance is given in a grave report of a trustworthy school inspector, to the effect that a boy in great repute at school for his learning presented on his slate, as one of the 10 Commandments, the perplexing prohibition, "Thou shalt not commit doldrum." Ladies and gentlemen, I confess also that I don't like those schools, even though the instruction given in them be gratuitous, where those sweet little voices, which ought to be heard speaking in very different accents, anathematise by rote any human being who does not hold what is taught there. Lastly, I do not like, and I did not like, some years ago, cheap, distant schools, where neglected children pine from year to year under an amount of neglect, want, and youthful misery far too sad even to be glanced at in this cheerful assembly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you will permit me to sketch in a few words the sort of school that I do like. It is a school established by the members of an industrious and useful order, which supplies the comforts and graces of life at every familiar turning in the road of our existence. It is a school established by them for the orphan and necessitous children of their own brethren and sisterhood. It is a place giving an education worthy of them, an education by them invented, by them conducted, by them watched over. It is a place of education where, while the beautiful history of the Christian religion is daily taught, and while the life of that divine teacher who himself took little children on his knees is daily studied, no sectarian ill will nor narrow human dogma is permitted to darken the face of the clear heaven which they disclose. It is a children's school, which is at the same time no less a children's home, a home not to be confided to the care of cold or ignorant strangers, nor by the nature of its foundation in the course of ages to pass into hands that have as much natural right to deal with it as with the peaks of the highest mountains or with the depths of the sea, but to be, from generation to generation, administered by men living in precisely such homes as those poor children have lost, by men always bent upon making that replacement such a home as their own dear children might find a happy refuge in if they themselves were taken early away. And I fearlessly ask you, is this a design which has any claim to your sympathy? Is this a sort of school which is deserving of your support? This is the design. This is the school whose strong and simple claim I have to lay before you tonight. I must particularly entreat you not to suppose that my fancy and unfortunate habit of fiction has anything to do with the picture I have just presented to you. It is a sober matter of fact. The warehouseman and clerk schools, established for the maintaining, clothing, and educating of the orphan and necessitous children of those employed in the wholesale trades and manufactures of the United Kingdom, are, in fact, what I have just described. These schools, for both sexes, were originated only 4 years ago. In the first 6 weeks of the undertaking, the young men of themselves, and quite unaided, subscribed the large sum of £3,000. The schools have been opened only 3 years. They have now on their foundation 39 children, and in a few days they will have 6 more, making a total 45. They have been most munificently assisted by the heads of great mercantile houses, numerously represented, I am happy to say, around me, and they have a funded capital of almost £14,000. This is wonderful progress, but the aim must still be upwards, the motto always, Excelsior. You do not need to be told that 45 children can form but a very small proportion of the orphan and necessitous children of those who have been entrusted with the wholesale trades and manufactures of the United Kingdom. You do not require to be informed that the house at New Cross, rented for a small term of years, in which the schools are at present established, can afford but the most imperfect accommodation for such a breadth of design. To carry this good work through the 2 remaining degrees of better and best, there must be more work, more cooperation, more friends, more money. Then be the friends and give the money. Before I conclude, there is one other feature in these schools which I would commend to your special attention and approval. Their benefits are reserved for the children of subscribers. That is to say, it is an essential principle of the institution that it must help those whose parents have helped them, and that the unfortunate children whose father has been so lax or so criminal as to withhold a subscription so exceedingly small that when divided by weeks it amounts to only 3d weekly, cannot, in justice, be allowed to jostle out and shoulder away the happier children whose father has had that little forethought or done that little kindness which was requisite to secure for them the benefits of the institution. I really cannot believe that there will long be any such defaulting parents. I cannot believe that any of the intelligent young men who are engaged in the wholesale houses will long neglect this obvious, this easy duty. If they suppose that the objects of their love, born or unborn, will never want the benefits of the charity, that may be a fatal and blind mistake. It can never be an excuse, for, supposing them to be right in their anticipation, they should do what is asked for the sake of their friends and comrades around them, assured that they will be the happier and the better for the deed. Ladies and gentlemen, this little labour of love of mine is now done. I most heartily wish that I could charm you now not to see me, not to think of me, not to hear me. I most heartily wish that I could make you see in my stead the multitude of innocent and bereaved children who are looking towards these schools and entreating with uplifted hands to be let in. A very famous advocate once said, in speaking of his fears of failure when he had first to speak in court, being very poor, that he had felt his little children tugging at his skirts, and that recovered him. Will you think of the number of little children who were tugging at my skirts when I asked you, in their names, on their behalf, and in their little persons, and in no strength of my own, to encourage and assist this work. At a later period of the evening, Mr. Dickens proposed the health of the president of the institution, Lord John Russell. He said he should do nothing so superfluous and so unnecessary as to descant upon his lordship's many faithful, long, and great public services, upon the honour and integrity with which he had pursued his straightforward public course through every difficulty, or upon the manly, gallant, and courageous character which rendered him certain, in the eyes alike of friends and opponents, to rise with every rising occasion, and which, like the seal of Solomon in the old Arabian story, enclosed in not a very large casket the soul of a giant. In answer to loud cheers, he said he had felt perfectly certain that that would be the response, for in no English assembly that he had ever seen was it necessary to do more than mention the name of Lord John Russell to ensure a manifestation of personal respect and grateful remembrance. End of section 50. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 51. Of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. London, May 8th, 1858. The 48th anniversary of the establishment of the Artists' Benevolent Fund took place on the above date at the Freemasons' Tavern. The chair was taken by Mr. Charles Dickens, who, after having disposed of the preliminary toasts with his usual felicity, proceeded to advocate the claims of the institution in whose interest the company had assembled in the following terms. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an absurd theatrical story which was once told to me by a dear and valued friend who has now passed from this sublunary stage, and which is not without its moral as applied to myself in my present presidential position. In a certain theatrical company was included a man who, on occasions of emergency, was capable of taking part in the whole round of the British drama, provided he was allowed to use his own language in getting through the dialogue. It happened one night that Reginald in the Castle Spectre was taken ill, and this veteran of 100 characters was of course called up for the vacant part. He responded with his usual promptitude, although knowing nothing whatever of the character. But while they were getting him into the dress, he expressed a not unreasonable wish to know in some vague way what the part was about. He was not particular as to the details, but in order that he might properly portray his sufferings, he thought he should have some slight inkling as to what really had happened to him, as, for example, what murders he had committed, whose father he was, of what misfortunes he was the victim, in short, in a general way, to know why he was in that place at all. They said to him, "Here you are, chained in a dungeon, an unhappy father. You have been here for 17 years, during which time you have never seen your daughter. You have lived upon bread and water, and, in consequence, are extremely weak, and suffer from occasional lowness of spirits." "All right," said the actor of universal capabilities, "ring up." When he was discovered to the audience, he presented an extremely miserable appearance, was very favourably received, and gave every sign of going on well, until, through some mental confusion as to his instructions, he opened the business of the act by stating in pathetic terms that he had been confined in that dungeon 17 years, during which time he had not tasted a morsel of food, to which circumstance he was inclined to attribute the fact of his being at that moment very much out of condition. The audience, thinking this statement exceedingly improbable, declined to receive it, and the weight of that speech hung round him until the end of his performance. Now I, too, have received instructions for the part I have the honour of performing before you, and it behoves both you and me to profit by the terrible warning I have detailed, while I endeavour to make the part I have undertaken as plain and intelligible as I possibly can. As I am going to propose to you that we should now begin to connect the business with the pleasure of the evening, by drinking prosperity to the Artists' Benevolent Fund, it becomes important that we should know what that fund is. It is an association supported by the voluntary gifts of those who entertain a critical and admiring estimation of art, and has for its object the granting of annuities to the widows and children of deceased artists, of artists who have been unable in their lives to make any provision for those dear objects of their love surviving themselves. Now it is extremely important to observe that this institution of an artist's benevolent fund, which I now call on you to pledge, has connected with it and has arisen out of another artists' association which does not ask you for a health, which never did and never will ask you for a health, which is self-supporting and which is entirely maintained by the prudence and providence of its 300 artist members. That fund, which is called the Artists' Annuity Fund, is, so to speak, a joint and mutual assurance company against infirmity, sickness and age. To the benefits it affords every one of its members has an absolute right, a right, be it remembered, produced by timely thrift and self-denial, and not assisted by appeals to the charity or compassion of any human being. On that fund there are, if I remember aright, some 17 annuitants who are in the receipt of £1,100 a year, the proceeds of their own self-supporting institution. In recommending to you this benevolent fund, which is not self-supporting, they address you, in effect, in these words: we ask you to help these widows and orphans because we show you we have first helped ourselves. These widows and orphans may be ours or they may not be ours, but in any case we will prove to you, to a certainty, that we are not so many waggoners calling upon Jupiter to do our work because we do our own work. Each has his shoulder to the wheel. Each, from year to year, has had his shoulder set to the wheel, and the prayer we make to Jupiter and all the gods is simply this: that this fact may be remembered when the waggon has stopped for ever, and the spent and worn-out waggoner lies lifeless by the roadside. Ladies and gentlemen, I most particularly wish to impress on you the strength of this appeal. I am a painter, a sculptor, or an engraver of average success. I study and work here for no immense return, while life and health, while hand and eye are mine. I prudently belong to the annuity fund, which in sickness, old age and infirmity preserves me from want. I do my duty to those who are depending on me while life remains, but when the grass grows above my grave, there is no provision for them any longer. This is the case with the Artists' Benevolent Fund, and in stating this I am only the mouthpiece of 300 of the trade, who in truth stands as independent before you as if they were 300 cockers, all regulated by the gospel according to themselves. There are in existence 3 artists' funds, which ought never to be mentioned without respect. I am an officer of one of them, and can speak from knowledge, but on this occasion I address myself to a case for which there is no provision. I address you on behalf of those professors of the fine arts who have made provision during life, and in submitting to you their claims I am only advocating principles which I myself have always maintained. When I add that this benevolent fund makes no pretensions to gentility, squanders no treasure in keeping up appearances, that it considers that the money given for the widow and the orphan should really be held for the widow and the orphan, I think I have exhausted the case which I desire most strenuously to commend to you. Perhaps you will allow me to say one last word. I will not consent to present to you the professors of art as a set of helpless babies who are to be held up by the chin. I present them as an energetic and persevering class of men whose incomes depend on their own faculties and personal exertions, and I also make so bold as to present them as men who in their vocation render good service to the community. I am strongly disposed to believe there are very few debates in Parliament so important to the public welfare as a really good picture. I have also a notion that any number of bundles of the driest legal chaff that ever was chopped would be cheaply expended for one really meritorious engraving. At a highly interesting annual festival at which I have the honour to assist, and which takes place behind two fountains, I sometimes observe that great ministers of state and other such exalted characters have a strange delight in rather ostentatiously declaring that they have no knowledge whatever of art, and particularly of impressing on the company that they have passed their lives in severe studies. It strikes me when I hear these things as if these great men looked upon the arts as a sort of dancing dogs or Punch's show to be turned to for amusement when one has nothing else to do. Now, I always take the opportunity on these occasions of entertaining my humble opinion that all this is complete bosh, and of asserting to myself my strong belief that the neighbourhoods of Trafalgar Square or Suffolk Street, rightly understood, are quite as important to the welfare of the Empire as those of Downing Street or Westminster Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, on these grounds, and backed by the recommendation of 300 artists in favour of the Benevolent Fund, I beg to propose its prosperity as a toast for your adoption. End of section 51. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 52. Of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Farewell Reading. St. James's Hall, March 15th, 1870. With the Christmas Carol and the Trial from Pickwick, Mr. Charles Dickens brought to a brilliant close the memorable series of public readings which have for 16 years proved to audiences unexampled in numbers the source of the highest intellectual enjoyment. Every portion of available space in the building was, of course, last night occupied some time before the appointed hour. But could the St. James's Hall have been specially enlarged for the occasion to the dimensions of Salisbury Plain, it is doubtful whether sufficient room would even then have been provided for all anxious to seize the last chance of hearing the distinguished novelist give his own interpretation of the characters called into existence by his own creative pen. As if determined to convince his auditors that, whatever reason had influenced his determination, physical exhaustion was not amongst them, Mr. Dickens never read with greater spirit and energy. His voice to the last retained its distinctive clearness, and the transitions of tone, as each personage in the story, conjured up by a word, rose vividly before the eye, seemed to be more marvellous than ever. The vast assemblage, hushed into breathless attention, suffered not a syllable to escape the ear, and the rich humour and deep pathos of one of the most delightful books ever written found once again the fullest appreciation. The usual burst of merriment, responsive to the blithe description of Bob Cratchit's Christmas Day, and the wonted sympathy with the crippled child Tiny Tim, found prompt expression, and the general delight at hearing of Ebenezer Scrooge's reformation was only checked by the saddening remembrance that with it the last strain of the carol was dying away. After the trial from Pickwick, in which the speeches of the opposing counsel and the owlish gravity of the judge seemed to be delivered and depicted with greater dramatic power than ever, the applause of the audience rang for several minutes through the hall, and when it had subsided, Mr. Dickens, with evidently strong emotion, but in his usual distinct and expressive manner, spoke as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be worse than idle, for it would be hypocritical and unfeeling if I were to disguise that I close this episode in my life with feelings of very considerable pain. For some 15 years in this hall and in many kindred places, I have had the honour of presenting my own cherished ideas before you for your recognition, and, in closely observing your reception of them, have enjoyed an amount of artistic delight and instruction which perhaps is given to few men to know. In this task, and in every other I have ever undertaken, as a faithful servant of the public, always imbued with a sense of duty to them, and always striving to do his best, I have been uniformly cheered by the readiest response, the most generous sympathy, and the most stimulating support. Nevertheless, I have thought it well, at the full flood tide of your favour, to retire upon those older associations between us, which date from much further back than these, and henceforth to devote myself exclusively to the art that first brought us together. Ladies and gentlemen, in but 2 short weeks from this time, I hope that you may enter in your own homes on a new series of readings at which my assistance will be indispensable. But from these garish lights, I vanish now for evermore, with a heartfelt, grateful, respectful, and affectionate farewell. Amidst repeated acclamations of the most enthusiastic description, whilst hats and handkerchiefs were waving in every part of the hall, Mr. Charles Dickens retired, withdrawing with him one of the greatest intellectual treats the public ever enjoyed. End of section 52. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 53. Of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Newsvendors Institution, London, April 5th, 1870. The annual dinner, in aid of the funds of the Newsvendors Benevolent and Provident Institution, was held on the above evening at the Freemasons' Tavern. Mr. Charles Dickens presided, and was supported by the sheriffs of the City of London and Middlesex. After the usual toasts had been given and responded to, the chairman said that if the approved order of their proceedings had been observed, the Corporation of the City of London would no doubt have considered themselves snubbed if they were not toasted by themselves. He was sure that a distinguished member of the Corporation who was present would tell the company what the Corporation were going to do, and he had not the slightest doubt they were going to do something highly creditable to themselves, and something highly serviceable to the whole metropolis. And if the secret were not at present locked up in the Blue Chamber, they would be all deeply obliged to the gentleman who would immediately follow him, if he let them into it, in the same confidence as he had observed with respect to the Corporation of the City of London being snubbed. He begged to give the toast of the Corporation of the City of London. Mr. Alderman Cotton, in replying to the toast, said for once and once only had their chairman said an unkind word about the Corporation of London. He had always reckoned Mr. Dickens to be one of the warmest friends of the Corporation, and remembering that he, Mr. Dickens, did really go through a Lord Mayor's show in a Lord Mayor's carriage, if he had not felt himself quite a Lord Mayor, he must have at least considered himself next to one. In proposing the toast of the evening, Mr. Dickens said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you receive me with so much cordiality that I fear you believe that I really did once sit in a Lord Mayor's state coach. Permit me to assure you, in spite of the information received from Mr. Alderman Cotton, that I never had that honour. Furthermore, I beg to assure you that I never witnessed a Lord Mayor's show except from the point of view obtained by the other vagabonds upon the pavement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in spite of this great cordiality of yours, I doubt if you fully know yet what a blessing it is to you that I occupy this chair tonight, because, having filled it on several previous occasions for the society on whose behalf we are assembled, and having said everything that I could think of to say about it, and being, moreover, the president of the institution itself, I am placed tonight in the modest position of a host who is not so much to display himself as to call out his guests, perhaps even to try to induce some among them to occupy his place on another occasion, and therefore you may be safely sure that, like Falstaff, but with a modification almost as large as himself, I shall try rather to be the cause of speaking in others than to speak myself tonight. Much in this manner they exhibit at the door of a snuff-shop the effigy of a Highlander with an empty mull in his hand, who, having apparently taken all the snuff he can carry and discharged all the sneezes of which he is capable, politely invites his friends and patrons to step in and try what they can do in the same line. It is an appropriate instance of the universality of the newsman's calling that no toast we have drunk tonight, and no toast we shall drink tonight, and no toast we might, could, should, or would drink tonight, is separable for a moment from that great inclusion of all possible subjects of human interest which he delivers at our doors every day. Further, it may be worth the consideration of everybody here who has talked cheerfully to his or her neighbour since we have sat down at the table. What in the name of heaven should we have talked about, and how on earth could we possibly have got on, if our newsman had only for one single day forgotten us? Now, ladies and gentlemen, as our newsman is not by any means in the habit of forgetting us, let us try to form a little habit of not forgetting our newsman. Let us remember that his work is very arduous, that it occupies him early and late, that the profits he derives from us are at the best very small, that the services he renders to us are very great, that if he be a master, his little capital is exposed to all sorts of mischances, anxieties and hazards, and if he be a journeyman, he himself is exposed to all manner of weathers, of tempers, and of difficult and unreasonable requirements. Let me illustrate this. I was once present at a social discussion which originated by chance. The subject was, what was the most absorbing and longest-lived passion in the human breast? What was the passion so powerful that it would almost induce the generous to be mean, the careless to be cautious, the guileless to be deeply designing, and the dove to emulate the serpent? A daily editor, of vast experience and great acuteness, who was one of the company, considerably surprised us by saying, with the greatest confidence, that the passion in question was the passion of getting orders for the play. There had recently been a terrible shipwreck, and very few of the surviving sailors had escaped in an open boat. One of these, on making land, came straight to London and straight to the newspaper office with his story of how he had seen the ship go down before his eyes. That young man had witnessed the most terrible contention between the powers of fire and water for the destruction of that ship and of everyone on board. He had rowed away among the floating, dying and the sinking dead. He had floated by day and he had frozen by night, with no shelter and no food, and, as he told his dismal tale, he rolled his haggard eyes about the room. When he had finished, and the tale had been noted down from his lips, he was cheered and refreshed and soothed, and asked if anything could be done for him. Even within him, that master passion was so strong that he immediately replied that he should like an order for the play. My friend the editor certainly thought that was rather a strong case, but he said that during his many years of experience he had witnessed an incurable amount of self-prostration and abasement having no outer object, and that almost invariably on the part of people who could well afford to pay. This made a great impression on my mind, and I really lived in this faith until some years ago it happened. Upon a stormy night I was kindly escorted from a bleak railway station to the little out-of-the-way town it represented by a sprightly and vivacious newsman, to whom I propounded, as we went along under my umbrella, he being the most excellent company, this old question: what was the one all-absorbing passion of the human soul? He replied, without the slightest hesitation, that it certainly was the passion for getting your newspaper in advance of your fellow creatures. Also, if you only hired it, to get it delivered at your own door at exactly the same time as another man who hired the same copy 4 miles off. And finally, the invincible determination on the part of both men not to believe the time was up when the boy called. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not had an opportunity of verifying this experience with my friends of the managing committee, but I have no doubt from its reception tonight that my friend the newsman was perfectly right. Well, as a sort of beacon in a sufficiently dark life, and as an assurance that among a little body of working men there is a feeling of brotherhood and sympathy which is worth much to all men, or they would herd with wolves, the newsvendors once upon a time established the benevolent and provident institution, and here it is. Under the provident head, certain small annuities are granted to old and hard-working subscribers. Under the benevolent head, relief is afforded to temporary and proved distress. Under both heads, I am bound to say the help rendered is very humble and very sparing. But if you like it to be handsomer, you have it in your power to make it so. Such as it is most gratefully received, and does a deal of good. Such as it is most discreetly and feelingly administered, and it is encumbered with no wasteful charges for management or patronage. You know, upon an old authority, that you may believe anything except facts and figures, but you really may believe that during the last year we have granted £100 in pensions and some £70 in temporary relief, and we have invested in government securities some £400. But, touching this matter of investments, it was suggested at the anniversary dinner, on the high and kind authority of Sir Benjamin Phillips, that we might grant more pensions and invest less money. We urged, on the other hand, that we wished our pensions to be certain and unchangeable, which of course they must be if they are always paid out of our government interest and never out of our capital. However, so amiable is our nature that we profess our desire to grant more pensions and to invest more money too. The more you give us tonight again, so amiable is our nature, the more we promise to do in both departments. That the newsman's work has greatly increased, and that it is far more wearing and tearing than it used to be, you may infer from one fact, not to mention that we live in railway times. It is stated in Mitchell's Newspaper Press Directory that during the last quarter of a century the number of newspapers which appeared in London had more than doubled, while the increase in the number of people among whom they were disseminated was probably beyond calculation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have stated the newsman's simple case. I leave it in your hands. Within the last year, the institution has had the good fortune to attract the sympathy and gain the support of the eminent man of letters I am proud to call my friend, who now represents the great Republic of America at the British Court. Also it has the honour of enrolling upon its list of donors and vice-presidents the great name of Longfellow. I beg to propose to you to drink prosperity to the newsvendors' benevolent and provident institution. End of section 53. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, August 2023. Section 54. Of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. MACREADY, London, March 1st, 1851. On the evening of the above day, the friends and admirers of Mr. Macready entertained him at a public dinner. Upwards of 600 gentlemen assembled to do honour to the great actor on his retirement from the stage. Sir E.B. Lytton took the chair. Among the other speakers were Baron Bunsen, Sir Charles Eastlake, Mr. Thackeray, Mr. John Forster, Mr. W.J. Fox, and Mr. Charles Dickens, who proposed the health of the chairman in the following words. Gentlemen, after all you have already heard and so rapturously received, I assure you that not even the warmth of your kind welcome would embolden me to hope to interest you if I had not full confidence in the subject I have to offer to your notice. But my reliance on the strength of this appeal to you is so strong that I am rather encouraged than daunted by the brightness of the track on which I have to throw my little shadow. Gentlemen, as it seems to me, there are 3 great requisites essential to the perfect realization of a scene so unusual and so splendid as that in which we are now assembled. The first, and I must say very difficult requisite, is a man possessing the stronghold in the general remembrance, the indisputable claim on the general regard and esteem which is possessed by my dear and much valued friend, our guest. The second requisite is the presence of a body of entertainers, a great multitude of hosts so cheerful and good-humoured under, I am sorry to say, some personal inconvenience, so warm-hearted and so nobly in earnest as those whom I have the privilege of addressing. The third, and certainly not the least of these requisites, is a president who, less by his social position, which he may claim by inheritance, or by fortune, which may have been advantageously won, and may be again accidentally lost, than by his comprehensive genius, shall fitly represent the best part of him to whom honour is done, and the best part of those who unite in the doing of it. Such a president I think we have found in our chairman of tonight, and I need scarcely add that our chairman's health is the toast I have to propose to you. Many of those who now hear me were present, I dare say, at that memorable scene on Wednesday night last, when the great vision which had been a delight and a lesson very often, I dare say, a support and a comfort to you, which had for many years improved and charmed us, and to which we had looked for an elevated relief from the labours of our lives, faded from our sight for ever. I will not stop to inquire whether our guest may or may not have looked backward, through rather too long a period for us, to some remote and distant time when he might possibly bear some far-off likeness to a certain Spanish archbishop, whom Gil Blas once served. Nor will I stop to inquire whether it was a reasonable disposition in the audience of Wednesday to seize upon the words, "And I have brought golden opinions from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon." But I will venture to intimate to those whom I am addressing how in my mind I mainly connect that occasion with the present, when I looked round on the vast assemblage and observed the huge pit hushed into stillness on the rising of the curtain, and that mighty, surging gallery, where men in their shirt-sleeves had been striking out their arms like strong swimmers, when I saw that boisterous human flood become still water in a moment, and remain so from the opening to the end of the play. It suggested to me something besides the trustworthiness of an English crowd and the delusion under which those labour who are apt to disparage and malign it. It suggested to me that in meeting here tonight we undertook to represent something of the all-pervading feeling of that crowd, through all its intermediate degrees, from the full-dressed lady with her diamonds sparkling upon her breast in the proscenium box, to the half-undressed gentleman who bides his time to take some refreshment in the back row of the gallery. And I consider, gentlemen, that no one who could possibly be placed in this chair could so well head that comprehensive representation and could so well give the crowning grace to our festivities, as one whose comprehensive genius has in his various works embraced them all, and who has in his dramatic genius enchanted and enthralled them all at once. Gentlemen, it is not for me here to recall, after what you have heard this night, what I have seen and known in the bygone times of Mr. Macready's management, of the strong friendship of Sir Bulwer Lytton for him, of the association of his pen with the earliest successes, or of Mr. Macready's zealous and untiring services. But it may be permitted me to say what, in any public mention of him, I can never repress, that in the path we both tread, I have uniformly found him, from the first, the most generous of men, quick to encourage, slow to disparage, ever anxious to assert the order of which he is so great an ornament, never condescending to shuffle it off and leave it outside staterooms, as a Mussulman might leave his slippers outside a mosque. There is a popular prejudice, a kind of superstition, to the effect that authors are not a particularly united body, that they are not invariably and inseparably attached to each other. I am afraid I must concede half a grain or so of truth to that superstition. But this I know, that there can hardly be, that there hardly can have been, among the followers of literature, a man of more high standing farther above these little grudging jealousies, which do sometimes disparage its brightness, than Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. And I have the strongest reason just at present to bear my testimony to his great consideration for those evils which are sometimes unfortunately attendant upon it, though not on him. For in conjunction with some other gentlemen now present, I have just embarked in a design with Sir Bulwer Lytton, to smooth the rugged way of young labourers, both in literature and the fine arts, and to soften, but by no eleemosynary means, the declining years of meritorious age. And if that project prosper, as I hope it will, and as I know it ought, it will one day be an honour to England, where there is now a reproach, originating in his sympathies, being brought into operation by his activity, and endowed from its very cradle by his generosity. There are many among you who will have each his own favourite reason for drinking our chairman's health, resting his claim probably upon some of his diversified successes. According to the nature of your reading, some of you will connect him with prose, others will connect him with poetry, one will connect him with comedy, and another with the romantic passions of the stage, and his assertion of worthy ambition and earnest struggle against those twin jailers of the human heart, low birth and iron fortune. Again, another's taste will lead him to the contemplation of Rienzi and the streets of Rome, and others to the rebuilt and repeopled streets of Pompeii, and others to the touching history of the fireside where the Caxton family learned how to discipline their natures and tame their wild hopes down. But however various their feelings and reasons may be, I am sure that with one accord each will help the other, and all will swell the greeting with which I shall now propose to you the health of our chairman, Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton. End of section 54. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 55. Of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sanitary Reform. London, May 10th, 1851. The members and friends of the Metropolitan Sanitary Association dined together on the above evening at Gore House, Kensington. The Earl of Carlisle occupied the chair. Mr. Charles Dickens was present, and in proposing the Board of Health, made the following speech. There are very few words for me to say upon the needfulness of sanitary reform, or the consequent usefulness of the Board of Health. That no man can estimate the amount of mischief grown in dirt, that no man can say the evil stops here or stops there, either in its moral or physical effects, or can deny that it begins in the cradle and is not at rest in the miserable grave, is as certain as it is that the air from Gin Lane will be carried by an easterly wind into Mayfair, or that the furious pestilence raging in St. Giles no mortal list of lady patronesses can keep out of Almack's. 15 years ago, some of the valuable reports of Mr. Chadwick and Dr. Southwood Smith, strengthening and much enlarging my knowledge, made me earnest in this cause in my own sphere, and I can honestly declare that the use I have since that time made of my eyes and nose have only strengthened the conviction that certain sanitary reforms must precede all other social remedies, and that neither education nor religion can do anything useful until the way has been paved for their ministrations by cleanliness and decency. I do not want authority for this opinion. You have heard the speech of the Right Reverend Prelate this evening, a speech which no sanitary reformer can have heard without emotion. Of what avail is it to send missionaries to the miserable man condemned to work in a fetid court, with every sense bestowed upon him for his health and happiness turned into a torment, with every month of his life adding to the heap of evils under which he is condemned to exist? What human sympathy within him is that instructor to address? What natural old chord within him is he to touch? Is it the remembrance of his children, a memory of destitution, of sickness, of fever, and of scrofula? Is it his hopes, his latent hopes of immortality? He is so surrounded by and embedded in material filth that his soul cannot rise to the contemplation of the great truths of religion, or if the case is that of a miserable child, bred and nurtured in some noisome, loathsome place, and tempted, in these better days, into the ragged school, what can a few hours' teaching effect against the ever-renewed lesson of a whole existence? But give them a glimpse of heaven through a little of its light and air. Give them water. Help them to be clean. Lighten that heavy atmosphere in which their spirits flag, and in which they become the callous things they are. Take the body of the dead relative from the close room in which the living live with it, and where death, being familiar, loses its awe, and then they will be brought willingly to hear of him whose thoughts were so much with the poor, and who had compassion for all human suffering. The toast which I have to propose, the Board of Health, is entitled to all the honour which can be conferred upon it. We have, very near us in Kensington, a transparent illustration that no very great thing can ever be accomplished without an immense amount of abuse being heaped upon it. In connection with the Board of Health, we are always hearing a very large word which is always pronounced with a very great relish, the word centralisation. Now I submit that in the time of the cholera we had a pretty good opportunity of judging between this so-called centralisation and what I think, call federalisation. I dare say the company present have read the reports of the Cholera Board of Health, and I dare say they have also read reports of certain vestries. I have the honour of belonging to a constituency which elected that amazing body, the Marylebone Vestry, and I think that if the company present will look to what was done by the Board of Health at Glasgow, and then contrast those proceedings with the wonderful cleverness with which affairs were managed at the same period by my vestry, there will be very little difficulty in judging between them. My vestry even took upon itself to deny the existence of cholera as a weak invention of the enemy, and that denial had little or no effect in staying the progress of the disease. We can now contrast what centralisation is as represented by a few noisy and interested gentlemen, and what centralisation is when worked out by a body combining business habits, sound medical and social knowledge, and an earnest sympathy with the sufferings of the working classes. Another objection to the Board of Health is conveyed in a word not so large as the other: delay. I would suggest, in respect to this, that it would be very unreasonable to complain that a first-rate chronometer didn't go when its master had not wound it up. The Board of Health may be excellently adapted for going, and very willing and anxious to go, and yet may not be permitted to go, by reason of its lawful master having fallen into a gentle slumber, and forgotten to set it a-going. One of the speakers this evening has referred to Lord Castlereagh's caution not to halloo until they were out of the wood. As regards the Board of Trade, I would suggest that they ought not to halloo until they are out of the woods and forests. In that leafy region, the Board of Health suffers all sorts of delays, and this should always be borne in mind. With the toast of the Board of Health, I will couple the name of a noble lord, Ashley, whose earnestness in works of benevolence no man can doubt, and who has the courage on all occasions to face the cant, which is the worst and commonest of all, the cant about the cant of philanthropy. End of section 55. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 56. Of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gardening. London, June 9th, 1851. At the anniversary dinner of the Gardeners' Benevolent Institution, held under the presidency of Mr. afterwards Sir Joseph Paxton, Mr. Charles Dickens made the following speech. I feel an unbounded and delightful interest in all the purposes and associations of gardening. Probably there is no feeling in the human mind stronger than the love of gardening. The prisoner will make a garden in his prison and cultivate his solitary flower in the chink of a wall. The poor mechanic will string his scarlet bean from one side of his window to the other, and watch it and tend it with unceasing interest. It is a holy duty in foreign countries to decorate the graves of the dead with flowers, and here, too, the resting places of those who have passed away from us will soon be gardened. From that old time, when the Lord walked in the garden in the cool of the evening, down to the day when a poet laureate sang, "Trust me, Clara Vere de Vere, from yon blue heaven above us bent, the gardener Adam and his wife smile at the claims of long descent." At all times, and in all ages, gardens have been amongst the objects of the greatest interest to mankind. There may be a few, but I believe there are but a few, who take no interest in the products of gardening, except perhaps in London pride, or a certain degenerate kind of stock which is apt to grow hereabouts, cultivated by a species of frozen-out gardeners whom no thaw can ever penetrate, except these. The gardener's art has contributed to the delight of all men in their time. That there ought to be a benevolent, provident institution for gardeners is in the fitness of things, and that such an institution ought to flourish, and does flourish, is still more so. I have risen to propose to you the health of a gentleman who is a great gardener, and not only a great gardener, but a great man. The growth of a fine Saxon root, cultivated up with a power of intellect to a plant that is at this time the talk of the civilized world. I allude, of course, to my friend, the chairman of the day. I took occasion to say at a public assembly hard by a month or two ago, in speaking of that wonderful building Mr. Paxton has designed for the great exhibition in Hyde Park, that it ought to have fallen down, but that it has refused to do so. We were told that the glass ought to have been all broken, the gutters all choked up, and the building flooded, and that the roof and sides ought to have been blown away. In short, that everything ought to have done what everything obstinately persisted in not doing. Earth, air, fire, and water all appear to have conspired together in Mr. Paxton's favour. All have conspired together to one result, which, when the present generation is dust, will be an enduring temple to his honour and to the energy, the talent, and the resources of Englishmen. "But," said a gentleman to me the other day, "no doubt Mr. Paxton is a great man, but there is one objection to him that you can never get over. That is, he is a gardener." Now that is our case tonight, that he is a gardener, and we are extremely proud of it. This is a great age, with all its faults, when a man by the power of his own genius and good sense can scale such a daring height as Mr. Paxton has reached, and composedly place his form on the top. This is a great age, when a man impressed with a useful idea can carry out his project without being imprisoned or thumbscrewed or persecuted in any form. I can well understand that you, to whom the genius, the intelligence, the industry, and the achievements of our friend are well known, should be anxious to do him honour by placing him in the position he occupies tonight, and I assure you, you have conferred great gratification on one of his friends in permitting him to have the opportunity of proposing his health, which that friend now does most cordially and with all the honours. End of section 56. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 57. Of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Royal Academy Dinner, London, May 2nd, 1870. On the occasion of the second exhibition of the Royal Academy in their new galleries in Piccadilly, the President, Sir F. Grant, and the Council gave their usual inaugurative banquet, and a very distinguished company was present. The dinner took place in the large central room, and covers were laid for 200 guests. The Prince of Wales acknowledged the toast of his health and that of the Princess. The Duke of Cambridge responded to the toast of the Army, Mr. Childers to the Navy, Lord Elcho to the Volunteers, Mr. Motley to the prosperity of the United States, Mr. Gladstone to Her Majesty's Ministers, the Archbishop of York to the guests, and Mr. Dickens to literature. The last toast having been proposed in a highly eulogistic speech, Mr. Dickens responded: Mr. President, Your Royal Highnesses, my lords and gentlemen, I beg to acknowledge the toast with which you have done me the great honour of associating my name. I beg to acknowledge it on behalf of the Brotherhood of Literature, present and absent, not forgetting an illustrious wanderer from the fold, whose tardy return to it we all hail with delight, and who now sits, or lately did sit, within a few chairs of you on your left hand. I hope I may also claim to acknowledge the toast on behalf of the Sisterhood of Literature also, although that better half of human nature to which Mr. Gladstone rendered his graceful tribute is unworthily represented here in the present state of its rights and wrongs by the devouring monster, man. All the arts, and many of the sciences, bear witness that women, even in their present oppressed condition, can attain to quite as great distinction, and can attain to quite as lofty names as men. Their emancipation, as I am given to understand, drawing very near, there is no saying how soon they may push us from our stools at these tables, or how soon our better half of human nature, standing in this place of mine, may eloquently depreciate mankind, addressing another better half of human nature, sitting in the President's chair. The literary visitors of the Royal Academy tonight desire me to congratulate their hosts on a very interesting exhibition, in which risen excellence supremely asserts itself, and from which promise of a brilliant succession in time to come is not wanting. They naturally see with a special interest the writings and persons of great men, historians, philosophers, poets and novelists, vividly illustrated around them here, and they hope that they may modestly claim to have rendered some little assistance towards the production of many of the pictures in this magnificent gallery. For without the patient labours of some among them, unhistoric history might have long survived in this place, and but for the researches and wandering of others among them, the most preposterous countries, the most impossible peoples, and the absurdest superstitions, manners, and customs might have usurped the place of truth upon these walls. Nay, there is no knowing, Sir Francis Grant, what unlike portraits you yourself might have painted, if you had been left, with your sitters, to idle pens, unchecked reckless rumours, and undenounced lying malevolence. I cannot forbear, before I resume my seat, adverting to a sad theme, the recent death of Daniel Macleese, to which His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales made allusion, and to which the President referred with the eloquence of genuine feeling. Since I first entered the public lists, a very young man indeed, it has been my constant fortune to number amongst my nearest and dearest friends members of the Royal Academy, who have been its grace and pride. They have so dropped from my side one by one that I already begin to feel like the Spanish monk of whom Wilkie tells, who had grown to believe that the only realities around him were the pictures which he loved, and that all the moving life he saw, or ever had seen, was a shadow and a dream. For many years I was one of the two most intimate friends and most constant companions of the late Mr. Macleese. Of his genius in his chosen art I will venture to say nothing here, but of his prodigious fertility of mind and wonderful wealth of intellect I may confidently assert that they would have made him, if he had been so minded, at least as great a writer as he was a painter. The gentlest and most modest of men, the freshest as to his generous appreciation of young aspirants, and the frankest and largest-hearted as to his peers, incapable of a sordid or ignoble thought, gallantly sustaining the true dignity of his vocation without one grain of self-ambition, wholesomely natural at the last as at the first, in wit a man, simplicity a child. No artist, of whatsoever denomination, I make bold to say, ever went to his rest leaving a golden memory more pure from dross, or having devoted himself with a truer chivalry to the art goddess whom he worshipped. These were the last public words of Charles Dickens. End of section 57. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, August 2023. Section 58 of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charles Dickens as a letter writer and as a poet. Part 1. As a letter writer. In the graceful but difficult art of letter writing, Charles Dickens has proved himself as accomplished a master as he has of public speaking, which the 2 or 3 specimens given in our introduction, together with the following extracts from his correspondence with 2 distinguished friends, Washington Irving and Douglas Jerrold, will sufficiently show. In the spring of 1841, some months before Mr. Dickens had decided upon his first visit to the United States, Washington Irving, who was then personally unknown to him, addressed him a letter full of warm sympathy and generous acknowledgment of his genius and of the pleasure Dickens' writings had afforded him. A few extracts from Mr. Dickens' reply are given below. In February 1842, Mr. Dickens had the gratification of making the personal acquaintance of his illustrious correspondent, who was induced to overcome his objection to public speaking and to take the chair at a banquet given in Dickens' honour by some of the citizens of New York. Irving, however, entirely broke down in his speech and could do little more than propose the toast of the evening. There were probably never 2 men of more congenial mind and common sympathies than the author of the sketch-book and the author of Pickwick, and it is pleasant to think that the chance of things should have brought them together for a time in so unexpected a way. In Mr. Dickens' reply, he tells Washington Irving that "there is no man in the world who could have given me the heartfelt pleasure you have, by your kind note of the 13th of last month. There is no living writer, and there are very few among the dead, whose approbation I should feel so proud to earn. And with everything you have written upon my shelves, and in my thoughts, and in my heart of hearts, I may honestly and truly say so. If you could know how earnestly I write this, you would be glad to read it, as I hope you will be, faintly guessing at the warmth of the hand I autographically hold out to you over the broad Atlantic. I wish I could find in your welcome letter some hint of an intention to visit England. I can't. I've held it at arm's length and taken a bird's-eye view of it, after reading it a great many times. But there is no greater encouragement in it in this way than on a microscopic inspection. I should love to go with you, as I have gone, God knows how often, into Little Britain and Eastcheap and Green Arbour Court and Westminster Abbey. I should like to travel with you outside the last of the coaches down to Bracebridge Hall. It would make my heart glad to compare notes with you about that shabby gentleman in the oilcloth hat and red nose who sat in the 9-cornered back parlour of the Mason's Arms, and about Robert Preston and the tallow chandler's widow, whose sitting room is second nature to me, and about all those delightful places and people that I used to walk about and dream of in the daytime, when a very small and not over-particularly taken care of boy. I have a good deal to say, too, about that dashing Alonso de Ojeda that you can't help being fonder of than you ought to be, and much to hear concerning Moorish legend and poor, unhappy Boabdil. Deirdrick Knickerbocker I have worn to death in my pocket, and yet I should show you his mutilated carcass with a joy past all expression. I have been so accustomed to associate you with my pleasantest and happiest thoughts, and with my leisure hours, that I rush at once into full confidence with you, and fall, as it were, naturally, and by the very laws of gravity, into your open arms. Questions come thronging to my pen as to the lips of people who meet after long hoping to do so. I don't know what to say first, or what to leave unsaid, and am constantly disposed to break off and tell you again how glad I am this moment has arrived. My dear Washington Irving, I cannot thank you enough for your cordial and generous praise, or tell you what deep and lasting gratification it has given me. I hope to have many letters from you, and to exchange a frequent correspondence. I send this to say so. After the first 2 or 3, I shall settle down into a connected style and become gradually rational. You know what the feeling is, after having written a letter, sealed it and sent it off. I shall picture you reading this and answering it before it has lain one night in the post office. 10 to 1, that before the fastest packet could reach New York, I shall be writing again. Do you suppose the post office clerks care to receive letters? I have my doubts. They get into a dreadful habit of indifference. A postman, I imagine, is quite callous. Conceive his delivering one to himself without being startled by a preliminary double knock. In the spring of 1842, Mr. Dickens was at Washington, from whence he wrote to Irving. We literally passed through this place again today. I did not come to see you, for I really have not the heart to say good-bye again, and felt more than I can tell you when we shook hands last Wednesday. You will not be at Baltimore, I fear. I thought at the time that you only said you might be there, to make our parting the gayer. Wherever you go, God bless you. What pleasure I have had in seeing and talking with you, I will not attempt to say. I shall never forget it as long as I live. What would I give if we could have but a quiet week together? Spain is a lazy place, and its climate an indolent one. But if you have ever leisure under its sunny skies to think of a man who loves you, and holds communion with your spirit oftener, perhaps, than any other person alive, leisure from listlessness, I mean, and will write to me in London, you will give me an inexpressible amount of pleasure. Wishing, in the summer of 1856, to introduce a relation to Irving, Mr. Dickens sent a pleasant letter of introduction, wherein he says, "If you knew how often I write to you individually and personally in my books, you would be no more surprised in seeing this note than you were in seeing me do my duty by that flowery julep, in what I dreamily apprehend to have been a former state of existence at Baltimore. Will you let me present to you a cousin of mine, Mr. B., who is associated with a merchant's house in New York. Of course he wants to see you, and know you. How can I wonder at that? How can anybody?" I had a long talk with Leslie at the last Academy dinner, having previously been with him in Paris, and he told me that you were flourishing. I suppose you know that he wears a moustache. So do I, for the matter of that, and a beard too, and that he looks like a portrait of Don Quixote. Holland House has 24 youthful pages in it now, 12 for my lord and 12 for my lady, and no clergyman coils his leg up under his chair all dinner time, and begins to uncurve it when the hostess goes. No wheelchair runs smoothly in, with that beaming face in it, and S's little cotton pocket-handkerchief helped to make, I believe, this very sheet of paper. A half-sad, half-ludicrous story of Roger's is all I will sully it with. You know, I dare say, that for a year or so before his death, he wandered and lost himself, like one of the children in the wood, grown up there and grown down again. He had Mrs. Proctor and Mrs. Carlyle to breakfast with him one morning, only those two, both excessively talkative, very quick and clever, and bent on entertaining him. When Mrs. Carlyle had flashed and shone before him for about 3/4 of an hour on one subject, he turned his poor old eyes on Mrs. Proctor, and pointing to the brilliant discourser with his poor old finger, said, indignantly, "Who is she?" Upon this, Mrs. Proctor, cutting in, delivered, it is her own story, a neat oration on the life and writings of Carlyle, and enlightened him in her happiest and airiest manner, all of which he heard, staring in the dreariest silence, and then said, indignantly as before, "And who are you?" With few of his literary contemporaries has Mr. Dickens held more cordial and pleasant relations than with the late Douglas Jerrold. During all the years of their intercourse, that sympathy and friendship existed between them, which two minds so thoroughly manly and honourable could hardly help feeling for each other. Dickens, though considerably the younger of the two, had won earlier the prizes of his profession, but there was no mean envy and jealousy on the one side, and no mean assumption on the other. The letters that passed between the two men are altogether delightful to read. We shall proceed to give, as far as our space will allow, a few extracts from those of Dickens to Jerrold, with intercalary elucidations explanatory of the circumstances under which they were written. In the year 1843, Douglas Jerrold wrote to Mr. Dickens from Herne Bay, where he had taken up his abode in a little cabin built up of ivy and woodbine and almost within sound of the sea. Mr. Dickens replies, "Herne Bay, I suppose it's no worse than any other place in this weather, but it is watery rather, isn't it? In my mind's eye I have the sea in a perpetual state of smallpox, and the chalk running downhill like town milk. But I know the comfort of getting to work in a fresh place, and proposing pious projects to oneself, and having the more substantial advantage of going to bed early, and getting up ditto, and walking about alone. If there were a fine day, I should like to deprive you of the last-named happiness, and to take a good long stroll." In the summer of 1844, "Come," wrote Mr. Dickens temptingly, "come and see me in Italy. Let us smoke a pipe among the vines. I've taken a little house surrounded by them, and no man in the world should be more welcome to it than you." Again from Cremona, November 1844, Dickens writes, "You rather entertained the notion once of coming to see me at Genoa. I shall return straight on the 9th of December, limiting my stay in town to 1 week. Now couldn't you come back with me? The journey that way is very cheap, and I'm sure the gratification to you would be high. I'm lodged in quite a wonderful place, and would put you in a painted room as big as a church, and much more comfortable. There are pens and ink upon the premises, orange trees, gardens, battledores and shuttlecocks, rousing wood fires for evenings, and a welcome worth having." In 1846 again, Mr. Dickens is off to Switzerland, and still would tempt Jerrold in his wake. "I wish," he writes, "you would seriously consider the expediency and feasibility of coming to Lausanne in the summer or early autumn. It is a wonderful place to see, and what sort of welcome you would find I will say nothing about, for I have vanity enough to believe that you would be willing to feel yourself as much at home in my household as in any man's." Arrived at Lausanne, Mr. Dickens writes that he will be ready for his guest in June. "We are established here," he says, "in a perfect doll's house, which could be put bodily into the hall of our Italian palazzo. But it is in the most lovely and delicious situation imaginable, and there is a spare bedroom wherein we could make you as comfortable as need be. Bowers of roses for cigar smoking, arbours for cool punch drinking, mountain and Tyrolean countries close at hand, piled up Alps before the windows, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth." Then follow business-like directions for the journey. But it could not be. Jerrold was busy with his paper and with his magazine, and felt unable to abandon them even for a few weeks. Well, could he reach Paris for Christmas, persisted Mr. Dickens, and spend that merry time with his friend? Early in 1847, Jerrold thought he did see his way clear at last to make a short visit to Paris, where Dickens was still established. "We are delighted at your intention of coming," writes the latter, giving the most minute details of the manner in which the journey was to be performed. But even this journey was never accomplished. Once only, after all these promises and invitations, and that but for 2 or 3 days, did Douglas Jerrold escape from the cares of London literary life to meet Mr. Dickens at Ostend on his return from Italy, and have a few days' stroll about Belgium. The following is an extract from a curious and interesting letter addressed by Dickens to Douglas Jerrold on the subject of public hanging, respecting which the latter held conservative opinions. Devonshire Terrace, November 17th, 1849. In a letter I've received from G this morning, he quotes a recent letter from you, in which you deprecate the mystery of private hanging. Will you consider what punishment there is except death to which mystery does not attach? Will you consider whether all the improvements in prisons and punishments that have been made within the last 20 years have or have not been all productive of mystery? I can remember very well when the silent system was objected to as mysterious and opposed to the genius of English society. Yet there is no question that it has been a great benefit. The prison vans are mysterious vehicles, but surely they are better than the old system of marching prisoners through the streets chained to a long chain, like the galley slaves in Don Quixote? Is there no mystery about transportation, and our manner of sending men away to Norfolk Island or elsewhere? None in abandoning the use of a man's name and knowing him only by a number? Is not the whole improved and altered system from the beginning to end a mystery? I wish I could induce you to feel justified in leaving that word to the platform people on the strength of your knowledge of what crime was and of what its punishments were in the days when there was no mystery connected with these things and all was as open as Bridewell when Ned Ward went to see the women whipped. End of section 58. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, August 2023. Section 59 of Speeches, Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charles Dickens as a letter writer and as a poet. Part 2. As a poet. There are several among our foremost prose writers in the present century who, possessing high imagination and a considerable power of rhythmical expression, have occasionally produced verse of a high, though not of the first order. Lord Macaulay will not be remembered either by his prize poems or by his Lays of Ancient Rome, but one who wrote such eloquent prose could hardly fail ignobly when he attempted verse. Thomas Carlyle, in spite of his energetic denunciation of modern poetry as mere dilettantism and trifling, has occasionally courted the muse, and were the original pieces and translations from the German which lie scattered through his earlier writings collected together, they would by themselves form a volume of no mean value. They have a wild, rugged melody of their own, as have also the occasional verses of Emerson. The latter bear, in many respects, a remarkable resemblance to those of Blake. The author of Modern Painters might also have gained some reputation as a poet had he chosen to preserve in a more permanent form his scattered contributions to annuals. Indeed, it would seem that no eloquent writer of prose is altogether devoid of the lyric gift if he chooses to exercise it. The only attempt at poetry by Charles Dickens which is at all known to the general public is the famous song of the Ivy Green in the Pickwick Papers. This exquisite little lyric, with its beautiful refrain so often wedded to music and so familiar to us all, would alone suffice to give him no mean rank among contemporary writers of verse. But in the comic opera of the Village Coquettes, to which we alluded in our introduction, there were a dozen songs of equal tenderness and melody, though, as the author has never thought fit to reprint the little piece, they are now forgotten. The first is a song of Harvest Home, supposed to be sung by a company of reapers. It must be mentioned that this and the other songs had the advantage of being set to music by John Huller. The next, Love is Not a Feeling to Pass Away, was a great favourite at the time. We quote the first stanza, the last line of which recalls the little song in the Pickwick Papers. Love is not a feeling to pass away like the balmy breath of a summer day. It is not, it cannot be, laid aside. It is not a thing to forget or hide. It clings to the heart, ah, woe is me, as the ivy clings to the old oak tree. The next is a bacchanalian song supposed to be sung by a country squire. But the gem of all these little lyrics, in our opinion, is that of Autumn Leaves, of which the refrain strikes us as being peculiarly happy. The reader, however, shall judge for himself from the following quotation. Autumn leaves, lie strewn around me here. Autumn leaves, how sad, how cold, how drear. How like the hopes of childhood's day, thick clustering on the bough. How like those hopes is their decay. How faded are they now. Autumn leaves, lie strewn around me here. Autumn leaves, how sad, how cold, how drear. The next lyric, The Child and the Old Man, was sung by Bryn at different concerts long after the piece from which it is taken had been forgotten, and was almost invariably encored. Mr. Dickens' poetical attempts have not, however, been confined to songwriting. In 1842, he wrote for a friend a very fine prologue to a new tragedy. Mr. Westland Marston came to London in his 21st year and resolved to try his success in the world of letters. After writing for several of the second-class magazines, he finished his tragedy of The Patrician's Daughter and introduced himself to Mr. Dickens, who became interested in the play. Struck with the novelty of a coat and breeches tragedy, the good-tempered novelist recommended MACREADY to produce it, and, after some little hesitation, this distinguished actor took himself the chief character, Mordaunt, and also recited a prologue by Mr. Dickens, from which we quote a few lines, impressing the audience strongly with the scope and purpose of what they had come to see. This prologue thoroughly prepared them for welcome and applause. The strength and truth of some of the concluding lines addressed themselves equally to a larger audience. No tale of streaming plumes and harness bright dwells on the poet's maiden theme tonight. Enough for him, if in his boldest word the beating heart of man be faintly stirred, that mournful music that, like chords which sigh, through charmed gardens all who hear it die. That solemn music he does not pursue to distant ages out of human view, but musing with a calm and steady gaze before the crackling flame of living days, he hears it whisper through the busy roar of what shall be and what has been before. Awake the present! Shall no scene display the tragic passion of the passing day? Is it with man, as with some meaner things, that out of death his solemn purpose springs? Can this eventful life no moral teach, unless he be for aye beyond its reach? Awake the present! What the past has sown is in its harvest garnered, reaped and grown. How pride engenders pride, and wrong breeds wrong, and truth and falsehood, hand in hand, along high places walk, in monster-like embrace, the modern Janus with a double face. How social usage hath the power to change good thought to evil in its highest range, to cramp the noble soul, and turn to ruth the kindling impulse of the glowing youth, crushing the spirit in its house of clay. Learn from the lesson of the present day, not light its import, and not poor its mean. Yourselves the actors, and your home the scene. We now come to a very curious fact. Mr. R. H. Horne pointed out 25 years ago that a great portion of the scenes describing the death of little Nell in the old curiosity shop will be found to be written, whether by design or harmonious accident, of which the author was not even subsequently fully conscious, in blank verse, of irregular metre and rhythms, which Southey, Shelley, and some other poets have occasionally adopted. The following passage, properly divided into lines, will stand thus. Nellie's Funeral. And now the bell. The bell she had so often heard by night and day, and listened to with solemn pleasure, almost as a living voice, rung its remorseless toll for her, so young, so beautiful, so good. Decrepit age, and vigorous life, and blooming youth and helpless infancy poured forth, on crutches, in the pride of strength and health, in the full blush of promise, the mere dawn of life, to gather round her tomb. Old men were there, whose eyes were dim and senses failing, granddames who might have died 10 years ago and still been old, the deaf, the blind, the lame, the palsied, the living dead in many shapes and forms, to see the closing of this early grave. What was the death it would shut in to that which still could crawl and creep above it? Along the crowded path they bore her now, pure as the new-fallen snow that covered it, whose day on earth had been as fleeting. under that porch, where she had sat when heaven in mercy brought her to that peaceful spot, she passed again, and the old church received her in its quiet shade. Throughout the whole of the above, only two unimportant words have been omitted, in and its, and granddames has been substituted for grandmothers. All that remains is exactly as in the original, not a single word transposed, and the punctuation the same to a comma. Again, take the brief homily that concludes the funeral. Oh, it is hard to take to heart the lesson that such deaths will teach, but let no man reject it, for it is one that all must learn, and is a mighty, universal truth. When death strikes down the innocent and young, for every fragile form from which he lets the parting spirit free, 100 virtues rise in shapes of mercy, charity, and love, to walk the world and bless it. Of every tear that sorrowing mortals shed on such green graves, some good is born, some gentler nature comes. Not a word of the original is changed in the above quotation, which is worthy of the best passages in Wordsworth, and thus, meeting on the common ground of a deeply truthful sentiment, the two most dissimilar men in the literature of the century are brought into the closest approximation. Something of a similar kind of versification in prose may be discovered in chapter 77 of Barnaby Rudge, and there is an instance of successive verses in the third part of the Christmas Carol, beginning, "Far in this den of infamous resort." The following is from the concluding paragraph of Nicholas Nickleby. The grass was green above the dead boy's grave, trodden by feet so small and light that not a daisy drooped its head beneath their pressure. Through all the spring and summer-time, garlands of fresh flowers, wreathed by infant hands, rested upon the stone. The following stanzas, entitled A Word in Season, were contributed by Mr. Dickens in the winter of 1843 to an annual edited by his friend and correspondent, the Countess of Blessington. Since that time, he has ceased to write, or at any rate to publish, anything in verse. This poem savours much of the manner of Robert Browning, full of wit and wisdom, and containing some very remarkable and rememberable lines. An extract from it will fitly close this chapter of our volume. A Word in Season, by Charles Dickens. They have a superstition in the East that Allah, written on a piece of paper, is better unction than can come of priest, of rolling incense, and of lighted taper, holding that any scrap which bears that name in any characters, its front impressed on, shall help the finder through the purging flame, and give his toasted feet a place to rest on. So have I known a country on the earth where darkness sat upon the living waters, and brutal ignorance and toil and dearth were the hard portion of its sons and daughters. And yet, where they who should have opened the door of charity and light for all men's finding, squabbled for words upon the altar floor, and rent the book in struggles for the binding. End of section 59. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kings Winford, September 2023. Section 60 of Speeches Literary and Social by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Charles Dickens' Readings, the first public reading by one who heard it. Note: in the introduction to the present volume, it is stated that Dickens' first reading in public was given at Birmingham in the Christmas of 1853. The offer to read on this public occasion was certainly the first which the great novelist made, but before the Christmas had come around, he thought proper to give a trial reading before a much smaller audience in the quiet little city of Peterborough. Editor. It must be 16 or 17 years ago. I cannot fix the date exactly, though the affair made a strong impression on me at the time, that I witnessed Charles Dickens's debut as a public reader. The circumstances surrounding this event were so singular that I am tempted to recall them. Scene: the city of Peterborough, dreamy and quiet enough then, though now a flourishing railroad terminus. A silent city, with a grand old Norman cathedral, round which the rooks cawed lazily all day, straggling narrow streets of brick-built houses, a large corn exchange, a mechanics institute, and about 7,000 inhabitants. The Mechanics' Institute brought it all about. That well-meaning but weak-kneed organisation was, I need hardly say, in debt. Mechanics' Institutes always are in debt. That's their chief peculiarity, next to the fact that they never by any chance have any mechanics among their members. Our institution was no exception to the rule. On the contrary, it was a bright and shining example. No Mechanics' Institute of its size anywhere around was so deeply in debt. None was more snobbishly exclusive in its membership. We had overrun our resources to such an extent that we could not even pay the rent of the building we occupied, and we were in daily danger of being turned out of doors. Lectures on highly improving subjects had been tried, but the proceeds did not pay the printer. Concerts succeeded better, but the committee said they were immoral. We had given 2 monster tea meetings to pay off the debt, on which occasions all the cake required was supplied gratuitously by the members' mothers, and all the members and their friends came in by free tickets and ate it up. Henry Vincent delivered us an oration. George Dawson propounded metaphysical sophistries for our intellectual mystification. But with all this, we got no better of our troubles. Every flounder we made only plunged us deeper into the mud. At last it was resolved to write to our borough members. This was in the good old days of Whig supremacy, and all the land and all the houses round about us being owned by one great Whig earl, our borough was privileged to return 2 members to represent the opinions of that unprotected earl in Parliament. A contested election had just come to a close, and the honeyed promises and grateful pledges of our elected candidates were still fresh in our memory. So to our members the committee addressed their tearful entreaties. Deserving institution, valuable agency of self-improvement, pressing pecuniary embarrassments, and so forth. Member number 1 sent his compliments and a £5 note. Member number 2 delayed writing for several days, and then had great pleasure in informing us that the celebrated author Mr. Charles Dickens had kindly consented to deliver a public reading on our behalf. What an excitement it caused in the little city! Mr. Dickens at that time had made no public appearance as a reader. He had occasionally been heard of as giving selections from his works to small coteries of friends or in the private saloon of some distinguished patron of art. But he had nervously shrunk from any public debut, unwilling, so it seemed, to weaken his reputation as a writer by any possible failure as a reader. This diffidence had taken so strong a hold of him that it might never have been overcome but for the insidious persuasions of our member. Here was an opportunity, he argued, for testing the matter without risk. An antediluvian country town, an audience of farmers' sons and daughters, rural shopkeepers, and a few country parsons. If interest could be excited in the stolid minds of such a Boeotian assemblage, the success of the reader would be assured wherever the English tongue was spoken. On the other hand, if failure resulted, none would be the wiser outside this sleepy hollow circle. The bait took, and Mr. Dickens consented to deliver a public reading in aid of the Peterborough Mechanics' Institute. He only stipulated that the prices of admission should be such that every mechanic, if he chose, might come to hear him, and named 2 shillings, a shilling, and 6pence as the limit of charge. Vain limitation! A fortnight before the reading, every place was taken, and half a guinea and a guinea were the current rates for front seat tickets. Dickens himself came down and superintended the arrangements, so anxious was he as to the result. At one end of the large corn exchange before spoken of, he had caused to be erected a tall pulpit of red baize, as much like a Punch and Judy show with the top taken off as anything. This was to be the reader's rostrum. But, as the tall red pulpit looked lanky and very comical stuck up there alone, 2 dummy pulpits of similar construction were placed one on each side to bear it company. When the reader mounted into the middle box, nothing was visible of him but his head and shoulders. So if it really be true, as was stated afterwards by an indiscreet supernumerary, that Mr. Dickens's legs shook under him from first to last, the audience knew nothing of it. The whole character of the stage arrangements suggested that Mr. Dickens was sure of his head, but was not quite so sure of his legs. It was the Christmas Carol that Mr. Dickens read. The night was Christmas Eve. As the clock struck the appointed hour, a red, jovial face, unrelieved by the heavy moustache which the novelist has since assumed, a broad, high forehead, and a perfectly Micawber-like expanse of shirt collar and front, appeared above the red baize box, and a full, sonorous voice rang out the words, "Marley was dead to begin with," then paused, as if to take in the character of the audience. No need of further hesitation. The voice held all spellbound. Its depth of quiet feeling, when the ghost of past Christmases led the dreamer through the long-forgotten scenes of his boyhood. Its embodiment of burly good nature, when old Fezziwig's calves were twinkling in the dance. Its tearful suggestiveness, when the spirit of Christmases to come pointed to the nettle-grown, neglected grave of the unloved man. Its exquisite pathos, by the deathbed of Tiny Tim, dwell yet in memory like a long-known tune. That one night's reading in the quaint little city, so curiously brought about, so ludicrous almost in its surroundings, committed Mr. Dickens to the career of a public reader, and he has since derived nearly as large an income from his readings as from the copyright of his novels. Only he signally failed to carry out his wish of making his first bow before an uneducated audience. The vote of thanks which closed the proceedings was moved by the senior Marquis of Scotland and seconded by the heir of the wealthiest peer in England. One other incident suggests itself in this connection. Somewhere about this time, 3 notable men stood together in a print shop in this same city, a singular 3-cornered shop, with 3 fiddles dangling forlorn and dusty from the ceiling, and everything from pianofortes to hairbrushes comprised in its stock in trade. They stood there one whole morning, laughing heartily at the perplexities of the little shopwoman, who, in her nervousness, continually transposed the first letters of words, sometimes with very comical effect. Thus, instead of saying, "Put the bottle in the cupboard," she would remark, "Put the cottle in the bubbard." The laughing trio were Dickens, Albert Smith, and Layard the traveller, now our minister to the court of Madrid. I strongly suspect that the eccentricity of the medical student in Albert Smith's Adventures of Mr. Ledbury, the student who invites his friends to poke a smipe when he means them to smoke a pipe, was born on that occasion, and that Charles Dickens was robbed by his friend of some thunder which he intended to use himself. But to return to the readings. One glance at the platform is sufficient to convince the audience that Mr. Dickens thoroughly appreciates stage effect. A large screen of maroon cloth occupies the background. Before it stands a light table of peculiar design, on the inner left-hand corner of which there peers forth a miniature desk, large enough to accommodate the reader's book. On the right hand of the table, and somewhat below its level, is a shelf, where repose a carafe of water and a tumbler. This is covered with velvet, somewhat lighter in colour than the screen. No drapery conceals the table, whereby it is plain that Mr. Dickens believes in expression of figure as well as of face, and does not throw away everything but his head and arms, according to the ordinary habit of ordinary speakers. about 12 feet above the platform and somewhat in advance of the table, is a horizontal row of gas jets with a tin reflector, and midway in both perpendicular gas pipes there is one powerful jet with glass chimney. By this admirable arrangement, Mr. Dickens stands against a dark background in a frame of gaslight, which throws out his face and figure to the best advantage. He comes. A lithe, energetic man of medium stature crosses the platform at the brisk gait of 5 miles an hour and takes his position behind the table. This is Charles Dickens, whose name has been a household word for 30 years in England. He has a broad, full brow, a fine head, which, for a man of such power and energy, is singularly small at the base of the brain, and a cleanly cut profile. There is a slight resemblance between Mr. Dickens and the Emperor of the French in the latter respect, owing mainly to the nose, but it is unnecessary to add that the faces of the two men are totally different. Mr. Dickens's eyes are light blue, and his mouth and jaw, without having any claim to beauty, possess a strength that is not concealed by the veil of iron grey moustache and generous imperial. His head is but slightly graced with iron grey hair, and his complexion is florid. There is a twinkle in his eye as he enters that, like a promissory note, pledges itself to any amount of fun within 60 minutes. People may think in perusing Mr. Dickens's books that he must be a man of large humanity, of forgiving nature, of generous impulses. In hearing him read, they know that he must be such a man. This, of course, does not alone make a great artist, but equally, of course, it goes a long way towards making one. To this general and catholic qualification for his task, Mr. Dickens adds special advantages of a high order. He has action of singular ease and felicity, a remarkably expressive eye, and a mobility of the facial muscles which belongs to actors of the highest grade. As in the case of Garrick, it is impossible to say whether love or terror, humour or despair, are best simulated in a countenance which expresses each and all on occasion with almost absolute perfection. This is, no doubt, due in a great measure not to natural qualities only, but to a varied and peculiar experience. Some will have it that actors, like poets, are born, not made, but this is only true in a limited and guarded sense. The Christmas Carol. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honour to read to you A Christmas Carol in 4 staves. Stave 1, Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, and the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. At the close of this paragraph, our first impression is that Mr. Dickens' voice is limited in power, husky, and naturally monotonous. If he succeeds in overcoming these defects, it will be by dramatic genius. We begin to wonder why Mr. Dickens constantly employs the rising inflection and never comes to a full stop, but we are so pleasantly introduced to Scrooge that our spirits revive. Foul weather didn't know where to leave him. The heaviest rain and snow and hail and sleet could boast of the advantage over him in only one respect. They often came down handsomely, and Scrooge never did. Here, the magnetic current between reader and listener sets in, and when Scrooge's clerk put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle, in which effort, not being a man of strong imagination, he failed. The connection is tolerably well established. We see old Scrooge very plainly, growling and snarling at his pleasant nephew, and when that nephew invites that uncle to eat a Christmas dinner with him, and Mr. Dickens goes on to relate that Scrooge said he would see him. Yes, I'm sorry to say he did. He went the whole length of the expression and said he would see him in that extremity first. He makes one dive at our sense of humour and takes it captive. Mr. Dickens is Scrooge. He is the 2 portly gentlemen on a mission of charity. He is twice Scrooge when, Upon one of the portly gentlemen remarking that many poor people would rather die than go to the workhouse, he replies, "If they would rather die, they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population." And thrice Scrooge, when, turning upon his clerk, he says, "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose." It is the incarnation of a hard-hearted, hard-fisted, hard-voiced miser. "It's quite convenient, sir." A few words, but they denote Bob Cratchit in 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of fringe, in well-darned threadbare clothes, with a mild, frightened voice, so thin that you can see through it. Then there comes the change, when Scrooge, upon going home, saw in the knocker Marley's face. Of course Scrooge saw it, because the expression of Mr. Dickens's face makes us see it, with a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. There is good acting in this scene, and there is fine acting when the dying flame leaps up as though it cried, "I know him! Marley's ghost!" With what gusto Mr. Dickens reads that description of Marley, and how, looking through his waistcoat, Scrooge could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. Nothing can be better than the rendering of the Fezziwig party in Stave 2. You behold Scrooge gradually melting into humanity, Scrooge as a joyous apprentice, that model of employers Fezziwig, Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile, and all the Fezziwigs. Mr. Dickens' expression as he relates how "in came the housemaid with her cousin the baker, and in came the cook with her brother's particular friend the milkman," is delightfully comic, while his complete rendering of that dance where "all were top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them," is owing to the inimitable action of his hands. They actually perform upon the table, as if it were the floor of Fezziwig's room, and every finger were a leg belonging to one of the Fezziwig family. This feat is only surpassed by Mr. Dickens' illustration of Sir Roger de Coverley, as interpreted by Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig, when a positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves, and he cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs. It is a maze of humour. Before the close of the stave, Scrooge's horror at the sight of the young girl once loved by him, and put aside for gold, shows that Mr. Dickens' power is not purely comic. But the best of all is Stave 3. We distinctly see that Cratchit family. There are the potatoes that knock loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. There is Mrs. Cratchit, fluttering and cackling like a motherly hen with a young brood of chickens. And there is everybody. The way those 2 young Cratchits hailed Martha and exclaimed, "There's such a goose, Martha!" can never be forgotten. By some conjuring trick, Mr. Dickens takes off his own head and puts on a Cratchit's. Later Bob Cratchit and Tiny Tim come in. Assuredly, it is Bob's thin voice that pipes out, "Why, where's our Martha?" And it is Mrs. Cratchit who shakes her head and replies, "Not coming." Then Bob relates how Tiny Tim behaved. "As good as gold and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you have ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see." There is a volume of pathos in these words, which are the most delicate and artistic rendering of the whole reading. That Christmas dinner. We feel as if we were eating every morsel of it. There are the 2 young Cratchits, who crammed spoons into their mouths lest they should shriek for goose before their turn. There is Tiny Tim, who beat on the table with the handle of his knife and feebly cried, "Hooray!" in such a still, small voice. And there is that goose. I see it with my naked eye, and oh, the pudding! A smell like washing day, that was the cloth. A smell like an eating house, and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with a laundress's next door to that. That was the pudding. Mr. Dickens's sniffing and smelling of that pudding would make a starving family believe that they had swallowed it, holly and all, It is infectious. What Mr. Dickens does is very frequently infinitely better than anything he says, or the way he says it, yet the doing is as delicate and intangible as the odour of violets, and can be no better described. Nothing of its kind can be more touchingly beautiful than the manner in which Bob Cratchit, previous to proposing "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears, God bless us," stoops down, with tears in his eyes, and places Tiny Tim's withered little hand in his, as if he loved the child and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. It is pantomime worthy of the finest actor. Admirable is Mrs. Cratchit's ungracious drinking to Scrooge's health, and Martha's telling how she had seen a lord, and how he was much about as tall as Peter. It is a charming cabinet picture, and so likewise is the glimpse of Christmas at Scrooge's nephew's. The plump sister is satisfactory, oh, perfectly satisfactory, and Topper is a magnificent fraud on the understanding, a side-splitting fraud. We see Fred get off the sofa and stamp at his own fun, and we hear the plump sister's voice when she guesses the wonderful riddle, "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Altogether, Mr. Dickens is better than any comedy. What a change in Stave 4! There sit the grey-haired rascal, Old Joe, with his crooning voice, Mr. Dilber, and those robbers of dead men's shrouds. There lies the body of the plundered, unknown man. There sit the Cratchits, weeping over Tiny Tim's death. A scene that would be beyond all praise, were Bob's cry, "My child! My little child!" a shade less dramatic. Here, and only here, Mr. Dickens forgets the nature of Bob's voice, and employs all the power of his own, carried away apparently by the situation. Bob would not thus give way to his feelings. Finally, there is Scrooge, no longer a miser, but a human being, screaming at the conversational boy in Sunday clothes to buy him the prize turkey. That never could have stood upon his legs, that bird. He'd have snapped him off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax. There is Bob Cratchit, behind time, trying to overtake 9 o'clock, that fled 15 minutes before. There is Scrooge, poking Bob in the ribs, and vowing he will raise his salary. And there is at last happiness for all, as Tiny Tim exclaims, "God bless us, every one." It is difficult to see how the Christmas Carol can be read and acted better. The only improvement possible is in the ghosts, who are perhaps too monotonous, a way ghosts have when they return to earth. Solemnity and monotony are not synonymous terms, yet every theatrical ghost insists that they are, and Mr. Dickens is no exception to the rule. If monotony is excusable in anyone, however, it is in him, for when one actor is obliged to represent 23 different characters, giving to everyone an individual tone, he may be pardoned if his ghosts are not colloquial. Talk of sermons and churches. There never was a more beautiful sermon than this of the Christmas Carol. Sacred names do not necessarily mean sacred things. Sikes and Nancy. Although amongst his friends, and such of the outside world as had been admitted to the private performances of the Tavistock House theatricals, Mr. Dickens was known to possess much dramatic power. It was not until within the last few weeks that he found scope for its exhibition on the platform. Although the characters in his previous readings had each a distinct and defined individuality, and in true artistic spirit, the comparatively insignificant characters have as much finish bestowed upon their representation as the heroes and heroines. For example, the fat man on 'Change who replies, "God knows," to the query as to whom Scrooge had left his money. A bit of perfect Dutch painting. One could not help feeling that the personation was but a half-personation given under restraint, that the reader was underacting, as it is professionally termed, and one longed to see him give his dramatic genius full vent. that wish has now been realised. When Mr. Dickens called round him some 500 of his friends and acquaintances, on whose discrimination and knowledge of public audiences he had reliance, and when, after requesting their frank verdict on the experiment, he commenced the new reading, Sikes and Nancy, until, gradually warming with excitement, he flung aside his book and acted the scene of the murder, shrieked the terrified pleadings of the girl, growled the brutal savagery of the murderer, brought looks, tones, gestures simultaneously into play to illustrate the meaning. There was no one, not even of those who had known him best, or who believed in him most, but was astonished at the power and versatility of his genius. Grandest of all the characters stands out Fagin, the Jew. The voice is husky and with a slight lisp, but there is no nasal intonation, a bent back, but no shoulder shrug. The conventional attributes are omitted, the conventional words are never spoken, and the Jew fence, crafty and cunning even in his bitter vengeance, is there before us, to the life. Next comes Nancy. Readers of the old editions of Oliver Twist will doubtless recollect how desperately difficult it was to fight against the dreadful impression which Mr. George Cruikshank's picture of Nancy left upon the mind, and how it required all the assistance of the author's genius to preserve interest in the stunted, squab, round-faced trull whom the artist had depicted, accurately delineating every other character in the book and excelling all his previous and subsequent productions in his etching of Fagin in the condemned cell. Mr. Cruikshank not merely did not convey the right idea of Nancy, which would have been bad enough, conveyed the wrong one, which was worse. No such ill-favoured slut would have found a protector in Sikes, who amongst his set and in his profession was a man of mark. We all know Nancy's position, but just because we know it, we are certain she must have had some amount of personal comeliness, which Mr. Cruikshank has entirely denied her. In the reading, we get none of the common side of her character, which peeps forth occasionally in the earlier volumes. She is the heroine, doing evil that good may come of it, breaking the trust reposed in her that the man she loves, and they amongst whom she has lived, may be brought to better lives. With the dread shadow of impending death upon her, she is thrillingly earnest, almost prophetic. Thus, in accordance with a favourite custom of the author, during the interview on the steps at London Bridge, not only does the girl's language rise from the tone of everyday life and become imbued with dramatic imagery and fervour, but that eminently prosaic old person, Mr. Brownlow, becomes affected in the same manner, saying, "Before this river wakes to life," and indulging in other romantic types and metaphors. This may be scarcely lifelike, but it is very effective in the reading, enchaining the attention of the audience and forming a fine contrast to the simple pathos of the dialogue in the murder scene, every word of which is in the highest degree natural and well placed. It is here, of course, that the excitement of the audience is wrought to its highest pitch, and that the acme of the actor's art is reached. The raised hands, the bent back head are good. Shut your eyes, and the illusion is more complete. Then the cries for mercy, the "Bill, dear Bill, for dear God's sake," uttered in tones which the agony of fear prevails even over the earnestness of the prayer, the dead, dull voice, as hope departs, are intensely real. When the pleading ceases, you open your eyes in relief, in time to see the impersonation of the murderer seizing a heavy club and striking his victim to the ground. Artistically speaking, the story of Sikes and Nancy ends at the point here indicated. Throughout the entire scene of the murder, from the entrance of Sikes into the house until the catastrophe, the silence was intense. The old phrase, "a pin might have been heard to drop," could have been legitimately employed. It was a great study to watch the faces of the people eager, excited, intent, permitted for once in a lifetime to be natural, forgetting to be British and cynical and unimpassioned. The great strength of this feeling did not last into the concluding 5 minutes. The people were earnest and attentive, but the wild excitement so seldom seen amongst us died as Nancy died, and the rest was somewhat of an anticlimax. No one who appreciates great acting should miss this scene. It will be a treat such as they have not had for a long time, such as, from all appearances, they are not likely to have soon again. To them, the earnestness and force, the subtlety, the nuances, the delicate lights and shades of the great dramatic art will be exhibited by one of the first, if not the first, of its living masters, while those of far less intellectual calibre will understand the vigour of the entire performance and be specially amused at the facial and vocal dexterity by which the crafty Fagin is instantaneously changed into the chuckle-headed Noah Claypole. Mr. Dickens, as a reader, is an artist of the very first rank, and to say that his reading of the choicest portions of his own works is actually as fine in its way as the works themselves in theirs is a compliment at once exceedingly high and richly deserved. During his late visit to America, the great men of the land travelled from afar and near to be present at the readings. The poet Longfellow went 3 nights in succession, and he afterwards declared to a friend that they were the most delightful evenings of his life. End of section 60. End of speeches, literary and social, by Charles Dickens. Read by Bryn Roberts, Kingswinford, September 2023.